Yo, what's going on, everybody? This is FPX.ZQ here, and we're going to be streaming to you guys the next day of IVL. Today, we're going to be going up, we're not going to be going up against anyone, but we're going to be watching GR versus TE, and we're going to be seeing who comes out victorious. Two monstrous teams coming out here with us today. I also have my co-host, Miki. Miki, how you doing, Miki?
What's up, everybody? It's Miki here, and we're back for the other day of IVL commentary right here. Psyche, we have TE versus GR, and we're getting right into it with the picks and bans. Looks like we're going to be seeing the Ever-Sleeping Town as the first map, I do believe I'm seeing over here.
Yes, it's going to be Ever-Sleeping Town. So if you guys are not aware about competitive Identity 5, I go over this basically every stream, but basically it is the idea of you play best of 3 games where your survivor team plays, then your hunter team plays, all on one team of course, but you cannot play together. You do 1 round separately for each side, and the same goes for the opposing enemy team. You do this for 3 rounds, and whoever wins the most amount of rounds is going to be crowned the victor. Now, your name is not going to become Victor, but you will just be Victor. Be the victor. So, right here, we're going to be seeing Antiquarian, Seer, First Officer, and Priestess. We don't often see Priestess, believe it or not, in competitive, because the thing about a lot of these survivors is your survivors have to counter pick all the hunters that you may see, and right now, the main best hunters that you're going to see are going to be Goman, Shadow, Opera, Hula Blue, and Queen Bee. These are the main 5 right now that we're seeing the most, and then anything after that is kind of up to the hunter's discretion what they play. We see Litlai play X-Boy. Yesterday we saw a different hunter play Clerk. Like, you got all these weird specialty hunters playing a lot of these different things, but when it comes to round 1, round 2, sorry Miki, I know I'm eating the mic, but
it's all good, man.
Yeah,
chew and swallow.
But basically, right here again, we're gonna see the Queen Bee. Whatever survivor you pick as well is gonna be permanently banned. So you can't just pick all the 4 best survivors in the game over and over and over again, because what you pick now
ranked, y'all.
will not be coming back. So you cannot just dump all your best survivors and then be left with garbage afterwards, and you're gonna have no way to really beat the hunter anymore. This is also being streamed on Bilibili, so excuse the random stuff that's showing up on the top. These like notifications, it's like Bilibili's way of like giving donation notifications kind of, and they're translated from Chinese, so if they make no sense, that is why. Anyway, Miki, we're finally going to be seeing the spawns in. I'll finally hand the mic over to you and you can talk a little bit.
Alright, thank you, Psyche. As you can see here, we have the standard Tetris type of spawn here on the Ever-Sleeping Town. Queen Bee gonna take position towards the upper mid area. The Dancing Geisha has the Antiquarian on her right. One can only think that she's going to chase her right away, but I'm sure the survivors have planned for this and have her armed with the full kite. And it's gonna be really difficult to catch this character. And no full kite, but there is no borrowed time, and the Antiquarian actually has tied this time around. The Seer planning the kite with the flywheel and broken windows right there. Also, he's running great power, Psyche. So do you think we're gonna see a lot of tight-knit power, like palette mind games, trying to get value off that?
No, great power is not one of those things where you force value out of, but if you ever do happen to get value out of it, it's pretty valuable. Having that extra like second run away from the hunter. Queen Bee also does like to walk through pallets while shooting a stun out, or not a stun out, a shot out, so it is very valuable to have that in that situation as well. Anyway guys, we're going to be going into the first half of round 1. Going to be seeing Queen Bee versus, honestly, a lot of S tier characters right away here. Anti, Seer, First Officer, so this should be very difficult here for the Queen Bee. Happens to be that, unfortunately for them actually, Seer is not too great against Queen Bee, and I mean, we'll see here how they do here. Still going to be tough regardless. Anyway, though, we're going to be going
game
right here.
Number 1, part 1. TE on the hunter side first. GR going to have the Seer take the first kite, armed with the full kite. But like Psyche mentioned earlier, not going to be easy by any means to deal with such a prominent chip hunter and one that's so good at putting on pressure. Good dodge there from Bai, saying bye to that chance of landing. And these shots are quite expensive without the full presence. And you see Priestess portals coming out for the assistance here. Bai going to swerve on that shot once again. And gonna wait here. We're gonna see the synergy with the great power priestess ability being able to grant Seer an opportunity to gain advantage of that great power. So it looks like this is the game plan, Psyche.
Yeah, they already had it planned out. Makes sense why they have them. They had him have the great power, and on top of that, it seems like they knew he was gonna be chased too. Seer is a pretty chaseable survivor. That shot barely hitting right there. The Queen Bee hitbox is pretty generous. You'd be surprised how generous
Flywheel
it is.
is used up with not 4 knots though. However, does owl the physical hit. The flywheel did try to attempt to dodge a chip, but as you can see, did not work out. Timing just a little difficult there. But Bai still keeping this kite alive, taking quite long to go down here. 80 and rising is the most done cipher, most completed cipher, and the others not too far behind for being completed here. Insolence coming in, the shot gonna be missed. Bai gonna get the window boost.
And gonna go down a blink finally. Really pretty good kite, honestly, especially as a Seer. You gotta remember that Seer only has 1 owl, and he basically got the maximum value he can get out of that 1 owl. But there is just one
basement though.
He's got the basement. Now that's not the end of the world, because nowadays with tournament gameplay, you don't really see survivors going for the win. The hunters are just too strong to do a 3-server kite consistently against. So, and I mean, we see the same thing this game. Most likely, we're just gonna see maybe 1 rescue. I wouldn't be surprised if they did just distract him right here. Yeah, we're gonna see the priestess go in instead.
Not really gonna happen here. On top of the priestess is Pepe right here, just understanding the positioning that Coding does want to take here. Gonna stall out, gonna force the Queen Bee to come downstairs. Good maneuver there by our priestess Coding, and Bai gonna take the hit right there and run off towards the Dancing Geisha area. Pepe staying in the area, just trying to stall priestess getting out of the basement as much as he can, because that will, even if by a little, reduce decoding time.
Yes, every second is really going to count here, because you see these ciphers, you see every single second that this priestess doesn't spend getting on the cipher is going to be a % lost. And right here, she is going to just quickly take over the graveyard cipher right here instead. And yeah, we're going to just, I mean, again, it's not going to be quite enough for a 3 cipher here, but I mean, every little bit counts. Every little bit he's going to count here, because in the end game, that's when the hunter puts immense amount of pressures on the rocket chairs. Oh, sorry, not the rocket chairs, the cipher machines. And that's when you need to have as much progress done already so that you can kind of eliminate that chance of happening. Hunter identifying that he needs to take this tie before they pop these ciphers, not even going to allow a rebound, especially with these priestess portals around. Oh, the priestess portal ran out. It has a 90-second duration. It runs out after 90 seconds. So it actually
you're gonna have to use the ability to catch up to the Seer then.
Yeah, that is very expensive right here. It's gonna cost him 50 energy and the cooldown, and now he's not even gonna be able to go for the cipher anymore. He's gonna, I mean, he can, but it just takes a long time.
And he's gonna use the teleport instead. Resources being used after one another. Ciphers are looking quite good. Pep just trying to stop the ciphers stopping at all, if any. CTA, good hit on the ability there. Gonna hit out that bullet. Not gonna take the hit, only gonna take the physical. Very nice gameplay from this Antiquarian. Dungeon is here at the Dancing Geisha. Gonna be called out briefly here, probably by CTA. More energy being used by Pepe.
Shot too. Yeah, missing every single chip here is going to matter a lot, because these shots are not guaranteed, but with your full presence, it's basically guaranteed. So every time you miss it, that's a pretty big deal right here. Predicting that he went to the right. Again, going to predict it, hits it, but flywheels it instead. And this Antiquarian, she might survive here. If she uses the ability right as she uses her ability, the Antiquarian, it can just get rid of the shot. And just suck it up with the ability.
She's dodging and hitting them with the stick. The cipher gonna pop because she doesn't have the borrowed time. CTA still alive, however, not gonna be alive for long. Gonna go down here. Gate is 50 and rising. Pepe with no teleport available currently, because he did use it pretty early on in his mid game. So these survivors probably just gonna get a nice tie here. Yeah.
And that's the thing about having to use his 1000 presence, or not the 1000, the full presence, is that just by using the full presence to catch up to that Seer meant that now he doesn't have the full presence to go for the cipher, has to use the teleport instead, and that's a major loss because of the fact that you were hoping to save that teleport for the end game, right? After you knock down whoever you were chasing end game, you want to teleport on the gate. That way, maybe you might have time to catch someone off guard and catch maybe a 3-man there, but there wasn't even a shot at that, unfortunately. Using that Priestess Portal at literally the perfect time made it for the Seer to force out that full presence. That's literally what the survivors wanted. Died also away from the survivors and just made it very difficult for her to get anything going after Seer died. Again, it's not really so much about doing a 3-step cut nowadays. It's more so about staying out of the path of your other teammates, which it always has been, but nowadays you don't see support like you used to. Now, like back then, you could see survivors run to other people's ciphers because they could help you out on your kite, and you work together as a team to slow down the hunter and make it overall harder to catch anyone, regardless of who they're chasing when, who's helping out. And that's really the main importance of the old meta. But nowadays with the newer meta, it's really all about making sure that you are consistent with your first kite enough to tie, and then just consistently staying away from your teammates is going to be the most important thing.
Absolutely, Psyche. Well explained right there, but no need for explanations to see the stats right here. As you can see, 89 seconds on GR by 72 on CTA, just absolutely great kiting, and the coding was seen for a grand total of 7 seconds in front of the hunter.
Yeah, they kited for 7 seconds, guys. But yeah, that's gonna be the main game plan of tournaments, because of the fact that you really just want to play safe. You're not looking for wins, you're just looking to do better than your opponents. So being able to get those super safe but difficult ties in today's meta is going to be the key to getting the victory in today's tournament meta, especially nowadays with how strong the hunters have become. As I was saying, it's honestly impressive if you're able to tie. It just can get a little bit boring if you see it happen 5 times in a row, but nonetheless it is still impressive. And yeah, we did see that happen.
We literally saw that yesterday. But yeah, it was great gameplay from the teams. Nonetheless. And honestly, when you see both teams tie, it usually just goes to show how much effort, how much P that these teams are pushing on their gameplay right here. But now we're going to see TE Survivors take main stage over here. TE Maum on the Archer and the Antiquarian. Going to be the main team's harasser. We did see his performance in Call of the Abyss 9, and it was quite good to see this player, how he maneuvered all of the obstacles thrown at him. We also saw more Darkwoods in Koa so far. And I wonder why that's not here now. Maybe because of Queen Bee, maybe because of little adjustments like Matador. Like you said, such minute changes or introductions of characters can greatly skew what maps and areas are going to be picked here. We got TEU right here. I do believe that this is a new pickup. U was not featured in Call of the Abyss 9. It was Li Bao was their her rescuer, played airplanist, played all the rescuer characters, and he did a great job for them. But I do believe Li Bao did step down. But yeah, we're gonna see if you can pick it up, and you really hope to see if he can do good. And over here we got Drop, the captain of TE. Absolute menace on that priestess. Absolutely really good with his characters. The heart of the team right there. The IJC, the in-game captain. The IGC, I don't know why I said J, but the in-game captain.
Well, in either case, though, for those that don't know, TE was the runner-up for the previous KOA. They got 2nd place in the previous KOA championship. And, of course, the winner was FPX.ZQ, I think, Miki, right? The winner was ZQ.
No, it was MRC.
Bro,
it was MRC.
Bro, one of these days I'm gonna get it right. So we're not, I mean, we are going to see MRC play. In fact, we saw, I think, MRC play. What was it, yesterday? Can't remember.
Yeah, we did.
But yeah, MRC has played several times here, so it's always a treat to watch them. And also, it's interesting to watch like the evolution in teams. I will say, like, does MRC still keep up like they did in KOA, or was it like a lucky series of events, or maybe they're having an unlucky series of events? And I mean, depends on the way you see it. Hard to say, honestly. But in the meantime, we are going to see the TE Survivors come in here. So technically, according to the last tournament that happened, 2nd best team right here. Of course, doing that is going to take a lot of consistency, a lot of ties. It's going to be the #1 priority here as a survivor team, because just one mistake can go from, oh, this situation is looking pretty decent for us, and all of a sudden you guys are all getting killed at the same time.
And you're like, what happened? Like, we lost all our HP.
Yeah, all of a sudden, like, the hunter with the movement nowadays, the strength, It just makes it so difficult for survivors. It just takes one mistake to suddenly be all the way behind again, and that's gonna be the biggest concern now as survivors. That's why you want to take these safe ties, these safe approaches to the game, because trying to play aggressive is gonna cause you to get bit in the butt. So Jin right here is gonna be GR's hunter, probably the
6 MVPs, Psyche.
Yes, that's a lot of MVPs. We're going to be seeing Jin right here. Jin, for those who don't know, is one of the most popularly talked about hunters right now in China. Miki tells me a lot about him. Very strong hunter right now, and he has very consistent play so far in this tournament. Just pulling games out of his asses sometimes, just able to get it right back to a 4-man kill, a 3-man kill in a situation where otherwise he was barely killing someone right before the last Cypher machine, turning it into a 3-person kill, which is an absolute miracle, because you see that this Queen Bee had just not even like a crazy bad start, neither like a crazy good start, but was able to still tie, but not get more than a tie. Jin having even a terrible start, right? Just killing a survivor right as the Cypher pops. Right, the last Cypher pops when he finally
like,
gets
how did he do that?
Yeah. On the last knockdown for a survivor, he finally killed him, and then out of nowhere, he's still winning the game. And that's just the power of Jin being able to take advantage of his positioning, but also not committing to a chase too early, where it's easy for the survivors to be like, oh yeah, now it's just safe to do this game, right?
Exactly. He's just leaving it ambiguous. He's making sure that the survivors can't see his next move, doesn't know exactly where it's going to be, going to leave a little bit of guesswork up there, because when your hunter is unseen by everybody, that is the hunter's strongest position to start a chase, to pressure a gate, to pressure anything that needs any type of protecting there, because like I said, your survivor is going to be unable to call his location. All they can really say is they've left me. I have no idea where they went. And that is scary for sure in the survivor seat.
Yeah, that is literally their biggest win condition nowadays as a survivor team. Being sneaky, using it to your advantage. You always basically know where the hunter is. They are very big and bulky, and they give a big heartbeat radius, unless it's certain hunters that we will not really go too much into. But most of the hunters are just going to give a heartbeat, and you can see them pretty easily, if not feel them with your heart very easily. That's why I feel my heart.
I knew this was coming, bro. You always mention it when you can.
Beneath my skin. He played Identity 5. Whoever made that song played Identity 5 before Identity 5 released. I don't even know who made the song.
Isn't it Coldplay?
I don't know. Probably.
Dude,
but yeah.
Lucy literally hit you up in your server, and he was like, yo, I found the song that you were singing, and it's by Coldplay or whatever. And I was like, oh. Well, there's the song. Where'd you even hear this from? Where did the story of this start coming from anyway? Where did this begin? The I feel my heart.
Basically, one of the most annoying songs that I would not like when my dad would drive us to elementary school was that song. I really didn't like it because it really had a good flow, and then all of a sudden, just this I feel my heart beat then like comes in and kind of ruins the instrumental in the background. It just kind of goes quiet, and it's just him singing. It's like, I find that I don't like that. I really appreciate the music in a song, so that's why I'm not a big fan of rap, because a lot of rap is just kind of comes out the same, right? And also when there's not much music and just singing, I don't really care what they're singing. Could be in any language, I just vibe to the music. That's
could be in
really
French. He ain't mess with it. He ain't an Expedition 33 player.
so basically, it's a song I vividly remember driving or having my dad drive us to school. So when I play Identity 5, right, the whole purpose of the game is like, you feel your heart beating when the hunter gets closer, and the closer they get, the bigger your heart gets, the more you're supposedly feeling it. So I was thinking, just one day it randomly came into my head. I'm like, wait a second, there's like a song about this. It goes something like this. I feel my heart beating. Every single time now when I get a heartbeat playing the game, or not every time, but when I'm talking out loud and I don't know what else to say, sometimes I'll be looking at my heart and I'm just thinking about my heartbeat. I'm just thinking about my heartbeat and like, oh, where's the hunter? Oh, the hunter's getting closer because my heart. And then I think about my heart. Oh, I feel my heart beating.
I feel my heart beneath my skin. Unless you're a prisoner, and then all of a sudden it's like, why?
Yeah, and then you don't have a heart beating beneath your skin.
Yeah. It's like I feel like I'm in trouble. Like you know, like you don't even get the heart.
Like, I'm in danger. I have no idea. Just there's no heart.
Danger. Dude, I love that meme, and it just so accurately represents. I think Archer also has that issue. I don't think it's the prisoner.
So Archer used to be negative 30%. They reworked it now. So they made it. They made her cooldowns 2 seconds longer again. So now her cooldowns are 16 seconds. It's starting to get on one of the longest cooldown survivor abilities in the game right now. I mean, Gravekeeper Shovel when he released was 20 seconds, and I thought that was an incredibly strong ability back then. Thought that was basically fair, right? Maybe no, it's 13 now. It's 13 seconds.
No, like it's still strong abilities.
Yeah, it's only gotten better since then. But anyway, right? But Archer keeps going up and up and up. To be fair, she's got a lot of abilities, so it's like it's understandable to give a longer ability, and it's kind of it's trying to force you to swap between them more often, right? Rather than abusing one over and over and over, the better one over and over and over again. Because it's harder to find a good situation for the crossbow. But to compensate Archer, they made it so that now instead of having a negative 30% meter heartbeat, I think it's I can't remember if it's negative 23% or negative 24% smaller. So it's either 23% smaller or it's 24% smaller now. So anywhere between anywhere between a 6-7 change right there.
Oh my god!
I'm being serious. It's either 23 or 24. 6-7. Anyway.
Oh my god, this dude is so cringe. Why haven't we started the games? And no, I'm kidding. But it looks like there's a lot of planning, a lot of strategizing coming here into part 2. As you can see, it seems like Jin is taking his time to get prepped. All the survivors as well. Maybe you're gonna see some plans coming into play, some coaching coming in here. Like, you know, it's ever sleeping. Like, oh, how much more could you really do? You know, like, but yeah, it looks like we are about to get right into it. Right here, we got TE in the survivor side. Jin gonna be banning first, gonna be banning Mechanic and Gravekeeper right off the bat. No easy ties here at all.
Absolutely.
No easy.
So Gravekeeper is going to be one of the best rescuers. Mechanic is one of the best survivors to just tie games out. Having 5 survivors on the field means that even if she gets chased, you have Cypher Parks happening and going to eliminate that entirely. Jin not wanting to worry about it. Especially if you play a hunter like Goman or Hula Blue, they can't easily just find a robot and just knock it down. It's going to take time, especially Goman. You're going to need to use a whole cage, which is just not good at all. So this could look like a Go-Man pick right here. So far, I'm thinking Go-Man. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Queen Bee too. Queen Bee is still a very good hunter, but I think this is more leaning towards the Goat-Man direction right now. Why do I say this? Because, of course, what I just mentioned. The bot cannot easily be killed. You got to spend a whole cage on him, which is very expensive. Gravekeeper going to be a great counter to Goman because he hits the shovel. He needs to set up a cage to destroy the shovel in the first place, otherwise just a chip hit on the shovel. So again, kind of same problem as Mech, right? But then he comes out of the shovel while you're in recovery. Gravekeeper just breaks the cage that you made. It's just it's not good. And Puppeteer is just guaranteed puppet that lasts the same time as the cage. So even if he never breaks the cage after you drop a cage, his puppet would still last longer because he's gonna wait for you to drop it, then use his puppet. It's just awful for Goatman to go against.
Oh yeah, this does look like a Goatman for sure. Looking at the bans and picks, looking at the comp right here that they're prepping for. Another Priestess Psyche. We're seeing Priestess in a rising surge at the moment, so that's quite interesting.
Yeah, I think it's because the map is ever sleeping, but we haven't really been seeing Priestess as much in recent years. But I have been seeing back-to-back Priestess this matchup. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and now tell you that Priestess is going to be one of the most popular stars. And yeah, there's the Go-Man, as we were expecting.
Yep, it is the Go-Man.
I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, just because we saw Priestess back-to-back, now Priestess is going to be one of the best stars. But I do think it is worth mentioning here that it is interesting that we see Priestess in a time where Priestess is not really all that helpful, with hunters being able to run Desperate Fight, Addiction, Rage has become easier to run with the added Persona points that they have added now from 120 to 130. And on top of that, a lot of hunters catch up very quickly. But I will say one of the best advantages of Priestess is that as a hunter player right now, a big part of the strategy. Why is Goman like sitting in the corner? Why is
Dude, they threw the Priestess in the corner.
Yeah, so the Priestess is going to be in the corner here. Her server is going to be blocked though. But the idea here is, I think a big reason why Priestess is, I think now so much more appealing is you can totally get knocked down, and a lot of the hunter strategy will rely on knocking you down and quickly going after someone else. Priestess is insanely fast healing speed off the ground, along with world portaling anyone who is left on the ground and just being slugged out, maybe like a mercenary rescue where they don't really care to chair, they just want to make sure he can't decode. That's going to be something where Priestess really benefits off of. We also see a lot of hunters like drop survivors on purpose after carrying them around for a bit, just to maybe A, bait the survivors into thinking they're safe, and B, because it's harder. It's harder to pick up a survivor off the ground than off of chair, because off chair it just takes half a second to rescue. Off of the ground it takes 30 seconds to heal. So that's a big time difference. The only difference is you don't get the chair value. But if you don't care about killing a specific survivor, you just want to make sure they can't decode, then that's going to be your best bet. And so in a situation like that, Priest is going to be great. Also, of course,
and yet, Psyche, Percy is still terrible.
Yeah, Percy is still terrible. Where are we going with this? Anyway, Jin is going to start off the match going straight after the... well, he could go anywhere right here, but just going right now in the direction of Fakey. Going to try to sniff out a survivor, and we're going to be going right into the second half of round one. Seeing can he match this tie or better.
All right, Psyche, it is Malm on the Antiquarian, looking like he's getting spotted out here by the fake exit gate, 2-pallet combination. A fine place to kite the goat if you're not too far, but is going to give the chip early on. That's damage that Jin will absolutely take to the bank. We often see him begin his chases this way, trying to force them to drop pallets, and as soon as they drop, he usually goes with the cage for a good opportunity or forces them into an unfavorable position before popping any type of ability, and he's full on cages, Psyche.
Ooh,
so this is a
missed the stick right there. That's going to be a huge mistake right here from TE Mom. Not the whole team, but just TE Mom. And basically what it means is that now, in the game, mind games right here, canceling the dash to make it look like he's going to go through the cage and then stopping it halfway through. You can do that. And just like that, baits her into vaulting into him. But yeah, I will say missing that, going back to the stick right there, missing the stick earlier meant that now he's able to just get that free hit where otherwise the integrate spent an ability, got nothing out of it, now able to just domino effect into a knockdown here. Huge difference maker for Jin. Let's see if he can get a hit on the first officer.
The trait is indeed excitement from this goat man, so you could only hope that if he's going to encounter the Antiquarian's abilities again, he has something right for it, or any type of Priestess portals coming through. He doesn't have to sit through that stun anymore. He can just go right through, pop the excitement, and continue his chase, therefore. Ooh. But he's going to miss that cage right there. No problem. He's going to block off Malm right here. Malm in a corner, swinging for the gates, and there is the excitement going to pop there, going to stop him from doing any type of rebound, and going to be right next to drop. Is that the Cypher is about to be finished?
Has to use the excitement, does get the Cypher done, but has to use the excitement. Not even going to take the basement here, just going to prioritize putting pressure on the Priestess immediately. Yep, it looks like he is. If he can speed up this game and force this rescue to happen a little bit sooner, this is going to help him just get this survivor out of the game sooner that way, and also put pressure on the remaining Cypher machines. They only have 4 going on right now, 2 done and 2 more being worked on. If he can try to get a head start on those last 3 Cyphers that are existing on the map, that would be huge for Jim. But he's got to kill this Antiquarian. That's still no easy feat. Giving another hit here with the chip, going to remove his ability to attack, but that means it's basically a guaranteed
psychologist ability
cage. But yes, the psychologist ability, using it so that now she gets the guaranteed heal off. Great combination of abilities. The only issue is that this is a really bad area against Goma because of literally right there why. So trading hits right here, and I mean, every second is going to count. The only question is Psychologist going to regret giving that hit right here that just immediately got spent? Jin messing up, getting caught in the corner of the cage. It's going to be a huge mistake from Jin right here.
Can he cut out the cage? Can Malm cut out the cage? It's almost over. Gonna miss the hit. The cage is kited out. Malm back into this pallet area and buying so much more time than initially thought possible. And honestly, Psyche, I did not think about the Antiquarian Psychologist synergy, and gonna get hit over the pallet there, resulting in the down. 30% on that last Cypher. Wow. Antiquarian Psychologist energy, a nice strategy here from Team TE.
I'm not gonna lie here, I wasn't expecting that play with the Psychologist ability either, but it does make sense. 10 seconds of no swinging. It does just hurt a little bit there that he took that basic hit before that, but I suppose some things are necessary just to guarantee the heal. And I mean, it wasted a lot of time, but now we're going to see the Priestess immediately take the chase here. Not enough time to break the cage before he approaches her. And just like that, Priestess is going to take a hit here. The good news is it's not on the Cypher. It is by the basement. I think at this point, Jin is going to take it. There's really nothing else to do here. He could try to challenge the Cypher, but it's not going to mean much when the Cypher is going to be basically done by the time he gets anywhere close to it. Honestly, not even going to be close to it in the first place. Just going to take this chair. But hold up, hold the phone. He's ready for this rescue. He's first just going to charge up his energy here instead. See, this is what I'm saying. Dropping and then baiting the rescuer to come a little bit closer, anticipating something. Just trying to buy as much time as possible to charge up abilities as well as another big reason there. And now Jin is going to try to block out the exit to this basement here. He's going to rely on his detention here to knock down this Priestess immediately in half health. So let's see if he can do that. For now, it's going to be the same thing. He's just trying to charge up his abilities here. Rescuer already in place here to just body block the Priestess. No, never mind. Moved out of the way. And now it's going to be a matter of can he hit this detention hit on the Priestess, let alone the correct hit on the right Survivor. Unfortunately, doesn't get it.
Blocking them from going in here, but Priestess does indeed have borrow time, so does the first officer, so there's no need to worry about any like no borrow time things happening here. But here's gonna be the Cypher pop. Plenty of time to get to the gates, honestly, but I would say if the person on the Cypher wasn't
getting hit right there mid right there, portal placement gonna result in her going down much sooner than expected. Trying to portal through the cage would have been huge there, but doesn't quite work out. Is he going to stop this? He is going to stop the gate. And with just one watch remaining, or you know what? Yes, just one watch remaining, I believe. I think this is the last watch. It's not going to be much he can do here. Jin pressuring this gate, but Priestess, guys, Priestess, don't forget, heals extremely quickly, and there's nothing stopping this Priestess from running away and world portaling. It's going to force Jin to have to make a choice here. Oreo portal just for BM value. And getting hit for BM value as well. It's not gonna mean anything, but just to rub salt in the wound here, Jin's just not gonna have time to go after both the first officer and the Priestess because of that self-heal that we were just talking about.
Speed is insane, Psyche. I was also thinking about that. As soon as he knocked her down, I was like, you can't just leave her here, bro. Like, her self-heal is like so quick. The Priestess is gonna be up and running for the gate once again if you don't address her. Priestess is a character that needs to be addressed, not just through her portals, but through her indirect stat buffs to that healing, as you said, gonna come into so much clutch right there, self-healing right in front of the goat man and making it so hard for him to pressure that first officer. That one pocket watch was more than enough to get him out there because of his teammates' rapidly self-healing rate. Okay.
Honestly, the fact that he was still able to get a tie there is kind of miraculous because chasing Antiquarian as Go-Man is an absolute headache. That should be one stick a cage and then just immediately destroys the cage. And just for 1/6 of your ability, able to get a whole Go-Man cage out when he definitely does not want to be spending 6 cages just to spend the ability out is huge. It's absolutely huge, the fact that he was able to knock her down that quickly. So again, that missing that stick right there forced her to not be able to break the cage, then allowing the Go-Man to get the hit off and then getting that extra hit in with the second cage. It was just a downward spiral of events right there. Still, even after that first chair, not able to really get anything going for herself. Besides that double hit we saw with the Goatman, getting hit right there and then followed up with really fast heal from Psychologist. It was nice, but the problem is, if you look at it another way, you could also say, hey, in another universe, if the Antiquarian plays super perfectly, you could have just knocked the Go-Man into the cage or into the wall just one time, and that's already enough to break one cage and deal with one cage. The Psychologist heal was only good for one cage share, and she got hit during that one cage, while 2 sticks could be worth, in theory, 2 cage hits. 2 cages like that. And that would be great, but it is safer. It is safer to go for the double hit with the Antiquarian stick and just take the Psychologist heal. And it's just like, now there's no way There's no way you can take a hit here. It's your only option, but it does mean that you're able to continue surviving. That's the option she ended up taking.
Yeah, as you can see here, the highlights are coming through. Pepe on that queen bee, so efficient, so good on this character, dealing with GR survivors. And then I'm sure shortly we're going to see Jin as well. Both hunters just playing absolutely phenomenally. Survivors holding up their end of the bargain too. Just ties after ties. And like you said, this is going to be the main strategy here when it comes to competitive. It's just going to be who concedes the lead first, who gives that early down, that huge mistake that the hunters can punish or that the survivors can punish. And yeah, it's just going to be a game of patience here and absolute to the top level 4D chess with all these fantastic players.
Yeah, a lot of missed opportunities right here from the stick right here. Not hitting the stick on the first cage, jumping into the hunter on the second one. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that was a great mind game right there from Jin. But at the end of the day, you could have also looked at it another way and said, wait a second, couldn't she have just stood on the same side of the pallet and just used this stick instead of like jumping into the hunter and assuming what he's going to do? I mean, these are the highest level of hunters here. We need to be like a step ahead. And of course, it's very easy to say, but at the end of the day, these are the highest level of gameplay survivors. I think it's just that one hit really threw a wrench in her plan and she wasn't thinking about the rest. And that's just, I feel like, just a moment of the game where it's like one bad thing happens and it's very easy to just lose your train of thought at that point. And so definitely could have been a big reason for the rest of that kite of just not being able to capitalize on the stick even after the first chair. So that's going to mean that we're going to see Jin in fact get a tie with the Gomen. Very difficult right there to do against Antiquarian, but he does manage to pull it off regardless. And now we're going to be seeing the map ban happen for the next team. I'm not sure who chose this map. Mickey, do you know who chose this map right here? Ever Slipping Time?
No, I'm not quite sure either. But like you said, it is up to coin flip if it's like a tie, right? Like no team like
no, it's not up to coin flip. It's only up to coin flip first round. Which honestly, even then, I don't know because I didn't read the rules. That's just what we do in America or the NAU server. But whoever picked the map round 1, I know, is then it's given over to the opposite team in round 2. So GR picked map in round 1. It's going to be TE now that picks the map in round 2. So let's see if we're going to see that happen. Or is it going to be GR picking the map?
Oh yeah, that's true. But because I was just wondering, because in other competitive games, usually it's like the loser gets to pick the counter pick.
It doesn't go off of loser winner at all.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Just
so it
goes
looks
off
like
of
Ever Sleeping here is going to be auto banned here because you cannot repeat maps. GR is going to be the one who's banning, which means they picked Ever Sleeping. Now going to go ahead and ban Chinatown, and T's going to pick up Leo's Memory. We've been seeing a lot of Leo's Memory recently, Miki.
Third time this week, man. Yeah, third time this week. Leo's Memory. I mean, we saw it a couple times yesterday. We saw it being a very popular first opening map. I also did see it get picked second in the second matchup as well. So Leo's Memory returning to the competitive scene with a storm, a snowstorm, if you will. And yeah, it's just got a lot of potential to it. I see a lot of chances where the hunter benefits from Leo's Memory. And it's crazy to say because Leo's Memory did used to be like overtly survivor sided. Like when Factory was like good, we thought that every area there worked on Leo's Memory. But you can't really solve every hunter on that map anymore. More likely the hunter's gonna solve you. So I mean, yeah. And given the hunter-driven meta at the moment, I do think it is a good map pick. And this is also another reason why, like, I'd like to reiterate that we don't see any of like arms factory or anything where the hunter can get potentially kited. Like, investing in your survivors is fine, but it's not really gonna get you the wins. Like investing in your hunter would.
Yeah, survivors can pull off a tie on basically any map as long as they play well. But that's kind of like the test. That's like the test. Are your survivors good enough to play on these really hard to play survivor maps? That's kind of like what it comes down to. Because at the end of the day, the survivors really control the pace of the game. If you're getting 3 cypher kited, you need to change your game plan as hunter. You're going to be like, okay, we need to play targeting, we need to target just the person off a chair. We can't be hitting the rescuer anymore, okay? And we also need to make sure this person doesn't get away, and just trying to maximize the damage as much as possible on this one person, not wasting resources on other people if possible, right? But if you are in a situation where you're ahead, someone didn't do a 3-server kite, they went down really quickly, you can be like, okay, I can hit the rescuer now, I can take some damage and try to snowball later on off of this and try to build a start for me later on this match, or at the very least force the survivors to heal up and just take time away from the Cypher machines. Just trying to make sure that you have stuff to work with later on in the game, and that's kind of the thing. But at the end of the day, it's the survivor's kite that decided that. That's what decided the match. This is what decided their game plan. And so at the end of the day, the hunters are kind of always have been at the mercy of the survivors, ironically enough. Even though they are the ones with the weapon, they are at the mercy of the survivors. Whatever the survivors are capable of, whether that be like really good teamwork, just really strong kites, or just mind gaming the hunter and hiding, knowing that they were coming, using sneakiness, strength in teamwork, or just strength in just solo kiting, just good game mechanics. All those three things can take you down. Got to be mindful of all those things. And that's why we see these harder to play maps, because it forces that really good teamwork. It forces the sneakiness, the mind games, because it's not as simple as just brainlessly kiting and dropping hospital pallets, as we all know. So that's really like the most important thing. Understanding that's what really controls the flow of the game is going to be the survivors. So yeah, that's why we see these like harder to play maps. Leo's Memory used to be a very easy survivor map, but then they have nerfed Factory over the years multiple times. The most recent change was removing the pallet outside of Leo's Memory, right behind Leo's Memory, connecting to the window. They removed that, and I think after that we've been seeing a lot more Leo's Memory. But also because it's a very strong Opera Singer map, there's no map with as much garbage and trees all over like Leo's Memory. So there's basically always a direct route to a Cypher machine to a survivor at any stage of the game. I think that's another big reason why we see Leo's Memory. And Miki, what do you know that Jin likes to play quite a bit?
I know that he likes to play his hullabaloo.
I thought you were going to say Opera Singer because I was leading up to it with the Leo's Memory. He is really good at hullabaloo too. He is
fine here too.
But the map is just stronger for Opera Singer. I'm just trying to, of course it's gonna depend on the team comp, but I'm just trying to make a transition for you. God damn it, Miki. Blue is stronger on Moonlit.
No,
all
yeah,
right,
that's true.
Test failed, but go ahead and
okay,
tell us
but like, okay, listen. You know what it reminds me of? I remember there was this one commentary section that I saw from a Smash tournament, and they were like saying, yeah, it's like Chucky, and then they go, from Rugrats? He goes, from Child's Play. And that kind of felt like the same thing, you know? It's like, hullabaloo? Opera Singer.
From Rugrats, bro. From Rugrats.
And I was the guy saying from Rugrats, clearly here. But no Rugrats here, just really top level players coming in on this band's in picks. We got Gravekeeper, kind of like a rat. More like
good
a
rebound.
Yeah.
Keep going.
And Archer here getting a pick. Pharaoh Lady, very popular pick here on the Leo's Memory. We do see it commonly picked by like Weibo survivors, TE survivors, and I do believe we saw it yesterday to deal with some of the other picks, like Opera picks for sure. Because after all, it's pretty hard to chase something that's invisible. And yeah, Pharaoh Lady just puts that to the max, to the extreme. Malm here, gonna be the last to reserve a survivor for his team. The bands are currently Meteorologists, no height gimmicks here, we don't want them. Lucky Guy, yeah, no quick decoding again. The other option, Mercenary, quick, stable rescues. Seer's broken, I guess. And a Patient, gonna get picked right here. I do agree with this pick. I love Patient, and he's great stationed at the middle, can utilize those elevation gimmicks, is able to use the stairs to start a strong kite, lead him right into Factory, and continue his kite from where he chooses there based off of the Hunter. And yeah, we have a lot of solid options here. No one looking quite easy to chase on this comp. And you're going to need it because, like Psyche tried to get me to say, Jin does love to play Opera Singer right here.
Yeah, we do see a lot of Opera Singer from Jin. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it right here. Of course, no guarantees here because this is a pretty general survivor ban lineup here. Lucky Guy is really just meant to be a throwaway pick, and he's also good at just picking whatever item counters the Hunter best. Not to mention there is that flashlight flare gun combo that we have seen before, and that can definitely take down a hunter that really relies on like basic hits, because any basic hit recovery is just an automatic flashlight, flare gun, flashlight combination, usually on the rocket chairs when they do that. Patient, I like Patient here. Keep in mind that Patient, while he's not so good going into Go-Man, they specifically made sure to pick him after Go-Man is permanently banned for the rest of this matchup, because of course hunters cannot repeat any characters they pick. And goddamn, I have been reading Jin like a book today. 2 out of 2 for picks on what he is most likely gonna play here. Take notes, Miki. You got a top tier player and commentator right here next to you. Are you shaking in your boots yet?
No.
I'm gonna stop.
That makes 2 of us, buddy.
Okay. I better hear some good comms from you then.
Of course.
Both in game and on here.
All right, man. Hey, I'm gonna calm real good when we play Cryptic Notes. That's for sure. I got a chest right here, Psyche. S tier gold chest next to me. There's a ghost.
S tier gold chest next to you. Are we really rating women like that at this point? Come on, Miki, brother.
That is not where I was going with that, sir. You do need to loot chests to win that game.
Loot chests? Now you're even worse.
Oh my.
Alright, going at the Survivor lineup here, we see Pharaoh with the borrowed time, Gravekeeper with the borrowed time. They are not expecting these to be chased, so they're going to give the borrowed time to help for the end game. The mid game, or I should say leading into the end game with popping the last Survivor machine. But the other 2 Survivors, Patient could be chaseable, so they're going to give him the broken windows, but it's also, they really kind of want 2 tides here, so they're going to give the Patient the 2 tides. That's kind of the logic there with the no borrowed time. And on the other hand, we're going to see the Archer. She can be chased, but she also needs to put herself in danger with supporting. So we're going to give her the no borrowed as well. Because if at any point she overcommits on harasses and Hunter goes after her, well, she didn't have borrowed time anyway. So she's going to be able to kite to the max. And these are kind of the logic here of the personas for those wondering. Also, because they want to tie the match, so they don't want to commit too much to borrowed time, right? You too much to borrowed time, gonna make it hard to win.
See that? That shot landed right as she dashed onto the next spot. So planning ahead here is Malm. What a nice beginning opening to the kite. Pallet here at Shed. Gonna get dropped. Crossbow opportunity does get thrown down. Jin forced to wait out the laceration here. Malm waiting around for him as well. Chest shot, direct hit on Jin. However, not gonna trade out an ability for it. So Dash gonna be open right up after it. And Malm not in a very good spot. Probably gonna give a hit soon right here. Gonna transition and use it to the Shed right here. Full kite on this Archer. Broken Windows buff, however, already been used. Couple seconds, 10 seconds now, up until you get your next boost. And I like how Malm has been waiting for interactions to land his crossbow shots.
That's how you want to use it. That is how you want to use those crossbows. Absolutely, Mika. I'm with you here. Oh, try to predict the blink. That would have been a crazy prediction, but Opera recovers so fast from swings. I'm not sure if it would have even been on time. But either way, a nice attempt there. She's got nothing to lose, I'd say. You really just want to make your first cut as long as possible, because that's when you have the most people on your Cypher machines and when the hunter is most distracted. Pharaoh Lady right here, not going to be able to do the Cypher anymore, so it's just going to run away. With this invisibility, it's a permanent ability. It's very strong against hunters like Opera, who just come in, rush out, hit and run hunters, so to speak. And now we're going to see...
You don't commit anything, essentially, to her.
She didn't commit anything. Yeah, exactly.
And committing to this rescue, obviously he has to, is use a very good rescue right there. And Malm's going to take his 20 seconds, call it a day. Going to run into this corner, buy as much time for these ciphers to get done as possible. Because when the hunter is focused on one person at a time, which is the only way hunters can play, unless you're Dream Witch or something, and Shadow. But yeah, hunters only can focus on one person at a time. This gives us time to get our decode done. And the last cipher is 15 and rising currently. All ciphers are now currently being done by the survivors, and there is a rescue happening here. Tinnitus coming into play. The patient, I believe, in the wings, just hiding behind.
Getting value out of that tide turner. Making sure that this game, for this one survivor, lasts as long as possible, because however much time she spends alive is going to be the amount of time they're going to have spent untouched and not chased on these ciphers and machines. But right here, we're going to see, instead of trying to rush the cipher machines, which cannot be done on time before this archer dies, we're going to see the survivors instead play it slow, play it chill, and gonna go for the heal instead because of the fact that there's no point rushing a Cypher machine when you can't finish all 3 Cyphers just with this one Tide Turner. It's still useful just to get the heal in because there's absolutely nothing the Hunter can do to stop it. Jin finally gonna take down this Archer, but we're looking into a pretty even game right here. Ooh, Patient's actually not gonna get healed here. Lucky that they didn't because it happened. They got the 2 and 3 chance of the Patient either had the wanted order happening either on the Patient or the Gravekeeper, and we saw it happen on the Patient. So now the Patient's gonna chase. Unlucky too because he's the half health Sarah that she really wanted to chase.
Yeah, man, and the trait has already been swapped to the teleport. Nice bait there from Gege. Does not vault into that Shadow Dance, and gonna kite here, but gonna go down quite briefly, choosing not to use the hook here, which is perfectly fine, honestly, because yeah, you're not really trying to kite for too long at the moment because you know that this that Jin's gonna plan to teleport, go back and forth, start up that pressure, and yeah. Next is chasing drop.
What is that notification at the top? It's talking about a broadcaster being yay. What is that translation?
I have no idea, bro. But it came by with like a nice little like piggy and like the banner.
The host of the group broadcast is gay, guys. He's feeding me a cake with 1-5 elements power. But perfect timing on this super intense match right here where Fair Lady does end up getting knocked down here, and it's going to make it very difficult for the survivors to get a Cypher done when it's only 50% and they already have it pressured just by a single drop. And this is what I'm talking about with these drops right here, Mickey. Making it take so long to deal with the heals, gonna opt for making sure that he gets a chair next to the Cypher, because if it's a chair on Fair Lady in the middle of nowhere next to no Cypher, they're just gonna finish the last Cypher. And he knows that, so he's gonna try to go after the Patient here, try to take him down. Hook stalling every second that he can, but he's gonna go down here. Not much to do about it.
And he does still have the self-heal, as you can see, opting to go for the chair this time around. Also, Psyche, whenever they bleed survivors, they're also probably trying to get the chance that they use up their self-heal for them, so it's like a lot easier to track them down in the end game. But the teamwork from TE here, not gonna let that happen. You gonna come here for the heal, and now for the rescue. Staying by this Patient is you, and teleport is gonna be up very soon, so he's gonna have that for the end game. Jin playing his cards right, having all his resources available should the Cypher get popped regardless.
Absolutely, they are gonna finally get it done. The only question is, can he get it before half and without getting Terror Shock? It would be nice because then the Patient can have an opportunity to get body blocked here. And right here, is he gonna get body blocked? It's gonna be hard. I think he knows that he doesn't have any borrowed time. You're trying to target him, does get the hit off, but they still have one more rescue left in them. Gravekeeper doesn't get hit. Oh, but Jin knows that he just needs to hit the Gravekeeper. Now they have no choice but to pop.
Now they have no choice but to pop, yes. And now Gege is gonna get picked up and is gonna see this rocket chair for a second time. Has the Gravekeeper in the area too. Jin has a lot of positioning here on his side, but that gate by the Fair Lady is getting done. Dungeon is right here too. Second chair.
Gravekeeper got no distance there. Opting not to even go for the exit gate. I'm just gonna stay right here next to the survivor on chair. Interesting. Okay.
Oh my god, is he going for this?
I don't know, man. I mean, if he goes for it, they're not gonna get dungeon. He's just not gonna put this guy on chair. Does get it, but now it's just the opposite problem here. I'm not seeing any way to get this dungeon.
Yeah, not seeing the opportunity at all. And there's the down
way.
Right here. Looks like a pretty much 3-man kill guaranteed on the side of Jin right here. Excellent work, just keeping the Gravekeeper in position. That is the risk that you run if you try to body block at the end there. Gravekeeper kept all his distance towards the Patient, sacrificed any type of ambiguous positioning, sacrificed any type of chance of making it to the gate, changing his position, and keeping it like, you know, unknown where he may be. And he did that to try to get the chance of a body block, which would have resulted in a lot with 3 people up instead of 2. But you gotta wonder, it's always that risk and reward. And was the risk worth it in this case?
I was thinking there, why not just, thought that as soon as that hit happens, he's just going to run through the middle of the map and try to reach the gate and then force the Hunter to make a choice with the teleport, either leave the gate or leave the chair, right? Either one or the other, because if he chooses to teleport, then of course he's going to leave the gate, the chair unanswered, right? But if he tries to just walk normally and go after the Gravekeeper there without teleporting, the Gravekeeper is safe. The Gravekeeper could totally make the gate with the shovel. The only question is, would Fair Lady open it in time? It's hard to say. That's why I feel like maybe running through the middle wasn't the best choice, but I also don't know if just staying right next to the chair was the best choice. I mean, it definitely was a distraction. If they just want to guarantee 1 kill here, it definitely is a distraction. My God, Miki, your light is so bright. Are you using a flashlight?
It is not a flashlight. It is just a typical desk light. You know, you gotta get the shine on you. Is it a little too bright? Let me lower it down a little bit.
Yes, it is way too bright. I have to like put mine higher just to match yours a little bit.
Okay, is that better? I dimmed it down by a little bit.
Yeah, so notice how, by the way, notice how Miki's light is so bright. And mine, like, of course, mine is like, you can tell that there's like some light going on here. Actually, you know what? I would argue, no, you can't tell. You can't tell until I turn it off. Boom. Look at the difference without the light. It's hard to tell, honestly.
Here's the difference without my light.
Oh yeah, I can definitely tell you have a light shining on your face. Don't get me wrong. I can definitely tell.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so like I could put on
light.
like a low
nice
setting
bright,
here. It looks perfectly natural here, but if I start putting it super high, my forehead is literally shining. Like, and like,
I can't see.
like what you, Miki, the problem with your light is not that like you're too bright. It's that only one half of your face is bright and the other half is dark, like you're like Slade from Teen Titans. And the other problem is that
I don't know about Teen Titans, bro.
I really like Teen Titans. It is really good.
Dude, so
and then the other problem is your light is white. So let me turn on the white setting. This is your light. This is literally your light.
Yeah, white's fine. White's good.
No, white is not fine, brother. White is not fine. Look how much I'm shining. But if I put it down to a softer color, aka yellow, then you see it became a lot darker there, but my camera auto adjusts it anyway, so now it's like nice, right? There's a nice perfect in between.
Yeah, to be fair, this is what I was running right here.
Yeah, and let's see the difference. Let's see the difference.
I lowered it now. I think it's a good difference.
I mean, it's better. Is better for sure.
I also look really pale with this light.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's the problem with the white light. The white light also makes you look very pale. It also makes you look very pale, like as if I'm not white enough. Like I need some yellow on my skin, bro. That's why I'm on the yellow.
Man, I thought you were the white one here. Now I was the yellow one here.
Listen. I'm trying to contrast my colors a little bit, even it out. That's what comes out with good lighting, bro. This is why I'm the producer of this stream. Okay, well, here's the thing. You got your own production here, and we're gonna need to work on it in the future, cause, but you know it's pretty good for a first setup. I appreciate you even have the like, yo, PVZ in the background, sunflower. I can't believe they still remember about Plants vs Zombies. China loves Plants vs Zombies, dude.
Where?
I just showed it. It's already gone. I put it on the stream.
I see it.
The sunflower. It's, by the way, for those that don't know, there's like a huge Plants vs Zombies community in China. They have a huge following over the game because one of the favorite thing they love to do in China is to just make ridiculously stupid hard mods for the game. And there's just all these crazy new zombies that just do stupid things. There's literally like a zombie wearing the almanac as his head. Like, what? China loves it. China loves PVZ, man, and I love PVZ too. So I'm glad they. So
that's what you and China have in common. Y'all love PVZ, huh?
What you and China have in common? Yo, the whole government's on my side now, brother.
But on the side of the survivors here is gonna be GR going against Pepe right here. GR City Air Conditioning, the GOAT right here.
Air Conditioning, we're gonna be on the team right here. Note to self.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Air Conditioning on that team. Coding, and like I said, Heart and Coding's pose are in sync. I love how it looks. It looks so cool. Put them next to each other. But yeah, Hullabaloo gonna be banned. Gonna be the respect ban here from Pepe. I don't know if he specializes in Hullabaloo specifically, but surprise no opera ban, right, Psyche?
I think he does play Hullabaloo, and he's played it very good. If I remember right from past matchups, he has done a deadly job at Hullabaloo. We've seen 3 hits on a Psychologist and a hit on the person off a chair all in the span of 10 seconds, using just 2 clones. That is a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage!
That's like four hits. Yeah, that's a lot.
Also,
and, Doctor Mercenary ban right here coming out, Puppeteer.
Doctor is just going to be very annoying to go against. It looks like he's probably going to be picking a Hunter who is a single hit type of hunter who only does half health damage and also relies on recovery hits to do their damage. So that's why we're going to see the Mercenary and Doctor bans. That's at least what I'm assuming based off these bans. And in response, we're going to see a Rescuer who's really good at slowing down hunters who rely on recovery hits.
Being the third pick.
And Puppeteer also going to force hunters to go into recovery. Any chip hunter is good against Puppet, so that's something to keep in mind. But Hula Blue is one of the best against Grave and Puppet because of the fact that he has no recovery from dealing with their abilities. That's why we're going to see them come out while they ban the Hula Blue, trying to get use out of those characters. And yeah, Enchantress. Interesting, we see Enchantress here. Even though the Hula Blue is banned, I guess it might be to play around.
Remember what I said yesterday? Coding specialty is this Gardener, and you said what did?
Dude, they didn't even bother to update the Gardener art to HD because they didn't think anyone would be picking Gardener. Like, why is the Gardener image so wrong?
So low quality.
Yeah, also I have a feeling that they might just be playing around Goatman here with this Enchantress. I mean, it's fine.
Oh
it's
my
fine.
God, Eric,
you want a Survivor to get a tie for you? Enchantress is your kind of girl for the job. She can definitely get ties with starting off with a stun now and getting more stuns when the knockdown happens. Like, yeah, it's not going to give you a 3-cyber kite, but going down does give you a better shot at a rebound. Is the rebound going to be amazing? No, that's kind of the problem with Enchantress, that it's really hard to do a 3-cyber kite, and the triple psych is often not enough to do a rebound because you have to use it immediately off a chart just to get to a pal, let alone you saving it to use against Hunter's abilities is really hard, and most of the time you just have to use it to prevent a farm. But it does stall time. It does stall a lot of time, and that's kind of your method to tying matches. And I will say that good thing about Enchantress is that she is able to constantly gain abilities and just guaranteed get at least enough kite for a tie. That's why we see, I think, so many people pick her in low tier, because it's good enough for a tie. And if a hunter doesn't know what they're doing, you can definitely win.
Yeah, absolutely. Enchantress did used to be the troll pick as well, almost kind of like the Doctor back in the day, but she did get buffed a bit ago, does have the 1 stun start off now, and we see her picked a lot more often as a result, and honestly pretty nice spot where she is in the meta. Like I said, a character that hasn't been seeing a lot of love in the competitive scene for a while, but I cannot believe we live in a world where Enchantress is in the meta and not like, I don't know, Painter or someone like Strong, you know, someone strong with those harassing type capabilities. But yeah, Enchantress going to be the pick here. Honestly, pretty good against Opera specifically, because when she does do those dashes, Enchantress can time a stun to react towards that dash and maybe try to put him on cooldown. Probably going to be the goal right here. I'm guessing we're going to see a spawn at the Christmas tree or at the God Kite right there. Because, yep, as I said, Christmas tree or God Kite is going to be picked right here. Puppeteer in Factory, which is really interesting because, honestly, I'm pretty used to seeing, like, the weaker kiters be in the Factory, but at the moment, we just have Puppeteer in there. So, I mean, not at all a weak character. Maybe they thought Enchantress would be in the Factory, which would be a better
maybe it was bait. Maybe it was bait, brother. Maybe they were expecting the Opera to expect that.
Yeah, maybe. Expect the unexpected here at the top level, it seems.
So, we're going to see the Opera Singer, yep, as you were mentioning here, going against an Enchantress as Opera, not the easiest thing. Definitely, I will say, a lot harder to do that than something like Prisoner, because Prisoner is uncontrolled in the area, and it covers a much bigger area. And the thing with the Enchantress stun is, it's kind of hard to use in the middle of a dash, because of the fact that, like, it has to, like, light up, and then you gotta press, and there's, like, a half-a-second delay. Prisoner, you just use it, it immediately comes out. If the hunter's already in the middle of a dash, it's even got, like, a delay to it, where the hunter could walk into the shock, and it'll still shock them, even after he uses it. Like, even after a half-a-second after he uses it, it still gets it off, and that's what makes Prisoner so good against Opera. Enchantress could still do the same thing, yeah. You could get lucky. Maybe a surprise stun behind a wall when she doesn't know she's there.
This. Riddle me this. You could just keep mashing the button.
No, because you got to be really close.
No, you could just but like by the time they get close enough, bare minimum, it's gonna activate as soon as it glows, versus like trying to time it when it glows.
But by that time, Enchantress is probably the Opera's probably already in the black zone already. But anyway, we're gonna see actually the Gravekeeper immediately get chased here. Going to first use these 2 pallets here, and then follow it up with the shovel. I'm surprised he's not going immediately to God Corner here. Oh, almost got hit right there. Really nice. That's going to waste a lot of time
right now. Well, yeah, it looks like he doesn't want any type of consistent rescue plan at the moment.
His greed right there paying off to use the garbage pallet first because she actually doesn't get hit there. But it's in this case it works out. Right here, gonna drop the pallet, then go underneath the pallet, forcing her to break it. I like that he dropped that other pallet ahead of time, but he's not gonna make it. And I don't think he considered that ahead of time. He dropped it on himself and then took the hit to God Corner, but you're not gonna make it. You're not gonna make it. That's why I was thinking maybe just go straight to God Corner, but
when then dropping the pallet early like that is gonna put you down at the moment. You gotta play that reaction. You gotta go for those stuns against Opera Singer. So tough. But yeah, any early drops and it's just super easy to loop around. Get the hit there while you're in that 1 second pallet drop animation. Almost like you're getting stunned at that moment.
That is true. By the way, we're gonna see the Puppeteer right here going in for the rescue. Keep in mind with the Gravekeeper. Oh, by the way, that's a lot of damage on the puppet right there. No one can heal him either. That's the problem of having Puppeteer as your rescuer. You go after the first rescuer, then Puppeteer has to rescue, and now no one can reset the Puppeteer, and you guys are down to tie turner because Gravekeeper's the one being chased. So there's a lot of advantages here to choosing Gravekeeper first. On top of that, Gravekeeper kind of went through his shovels quickly. That first shovel wasn't really all that much value because he just took it to a pretty crappy area, and then anyway used the next shovel in God Corner. Definitely could have maybe cut it out a little bit longer at God Corner, waiting out that shovel cooldown and then use it to, let's say, go to Factor. But maybe he just doesn't want to kite underneath with Cypher. Could be that as well. In either case, though, he's going to be on the chair, and Chantress is going to be sneaking. Is she going to go for it, though? I mean, I think at this point she kind of has to.
Yep, CTA is going to be here rotating for the rescue. Maybe some assistance here, but there's 3 Cyphers, so I highly doubt it. Probably just here to like buy a little more time, have heart, and he's not in a bad area against Opera by any means. So maybe this is also part of what the Enchantress was thinking about and the team as a whole. Thinking about nice pallet stun here.
Oh, getting a huge stun up. Yeah. We saw these pallet here. Really good patience on the Gravekeeper here, making sure not to use it.
Really bad pallet right here.
Yeah, okay, this one's really bad, but that pallet, honestly, this area is low-key underrated in my opinion. It's called the bad corner of Leo's memory. This is actually a really nice area. I really like this area. You can use the windows first and then follow it up with this pallet. You don't even need the pallet stun there, but the fact that you got it just makes this area last like 10 times longer.
Gave him enough time to get all the Cyphers done.
Imagine if he had kited long enough, just a little bit longer. He was this close to surviving there. Really good rebound there from the Gravekeeper, basically all on his own, which I think goes to show that even though the first guy wasn't that good, the Cypher rush potential from GR has been insane, and now as a result, Pepe gonna teleport on a Cypher when the Cypher's already done, and it's just, there's just nothing he can do at this point. Puppeteer gonna stall it as long as he can, just to make sure that he stays in this corner, and there's literally looking like deja vu from a different match we commentated, Mickey, where like someone's just dying in the corner in the exact same spot while they're doing the gate across the map.
Forcing him all that time, and yeah, that's gonna be the round win from GR. Jin landing the win on his first game, and his survivors being able to follow up with the tie. So it's gonna be enough to put them ahead 1-0 in the round 2, and going into game 3, GR will be the one having the lead.
Absolutely.
Probably, in my opinion, an expected outcome. However, like you said, T was runner-up in Koa, and they were impressively doing so by having Zeta in their first match and upsetting them and sending them back home round 1. That's what they were known for. And looks like GR instead gonna send them packing right here.
Remind me again what score Jin got? Did he get he got a 3 kill? Can't remember.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's why
that's why they are ahead.
Fair enough. So yeah.
Not ahead by a lot though. Yeah, not ahead by a lot, but yeah.
But they're going by round wins though, so it's gonna be fine here regardless. Like they just want to win 2 rounds. It doesn't have to be a landslide of points. It doesn't have to be. I mean, they're going to be naturally more points than the other team because they just won the round, but that's more in the case of like a 4 kill happens at some point.
Yeah, true. Yeah, they only need to have the round wins, and so far 1-0, very good way to start it off from GR. So the first one that's going to put a break in the armor is going to be GR against TE right here. And as you can take a look at the statistics, GR heart 93 seconds, 3 chairs though. So one could only really think maybe his first kite was like 60 seconds, maybe a little under the fact as well. Coding 41 seconds. That endgame kite was perfect to get his team through and through. But honestly, what really brought it there was one, that second rescue was pretty good. I'm not going to lie. Took the hit for her survivor, didn't farm. And as a result, Hart was able to rebound up until all ciphers were completed, giving them a strong tying position, which is exactly what GR needed to take that round. So honestly, yeah, kudos and props to them right there.
I'm just thinking here now, what is Jin gonna pull out in this last round here to guarantee the lead for his team? Are we gonna see like maybe a tie Hunter here, maybe in the direction more of a tie and just trusting his teammates? The survivors
Yeah, you don't
can maybe
need to
get another tie
anymore.
here, because that is an option you can do here. You can definitely, now that you've already secured this win for your team, just keep going into this round 3 with the same plan and just have both teams tie, not go for anything greedy, take the safe draw and just win off of points. Because at this point, if we see a third, or not a third draw, but a round 3 double draw again like we saw in round 1, at that point it will become down to points. And Jin, by the way here, that hitting that no borrow time survivor right here absolutely caused this game to just fall apart for the stars.
Pivotal,
really
bro. Pivotal for sure. But like I said, it's not like even if they got the body block that it would be absolutely free for the survivors in TE's side right there. It's more of like you are choosing to give up positioning over potentially body blocking for a teammate in the end game. And it's like a risk reward. And at the moment, the risk didn't seem to be worth it right there. Like Jin ended up having two people in the area right in front of him and invisible sight, and just having all this information is just so key to being able to be confident with your decisions.
Absolutely. So at this point now, like you just mentioned, they do look pretty confident. GR is one of those survivor teams that is very, very consistent. Jin, of course, one of the best hunters. He can go for more. He can definitely go for more. And going for more would just also secure a really strong position for them, because at that point, if he gets a 3-man, then I'm not really seeing an easy way for the hunter to also get a 3-man. I mean, they did use Queen B, so Goman is on the table. That is like the one advantage that the opposing team TE has over GR, is that Goman is still on the table. Yeah, so they have to permaban it, which is going to leave one other top tier hunter on the table still. I mean, I don't know, maybe Jin is the one who really wants the Queen Bee later on in the rounds. Maybe doesn't really like her round 1, but prefers her later on in the game. Who knows?
Oh, okay. Yeah, true.
Could be a possibility. At the end of the day, having Queen Bee on the table also brings other possibilities up. Like, it does deny some survivors where otherwise, like, something like a puppeteer that would be extremely good against something like, I guess we already see the Opera and Goman. They already got value out of puppeteer, no? So it's hard to say at this point. I would need to see, like, have the whole book in front of my hand to see what survivors they have left, what hunters they have left, what could they ban and make sure they cover all their grounds, and is there still any way for Jin to sneak in a 3-man? These are all the things that like their coaches deal with, by the way. And when you see them hold this like binder in their hand when they're talking to the players, to the survivors, to the hunters, they're literally holding these survivor books in their hands, like literally just like what you see in the game. Yeah, so they like mark it, and it gives them like a visual. It gives them like a visual and everything. So yeah, that's not for show. They literally have that to help them think about what they could see and what they could pick, right? And the downsides of it, and what could be a
resource to have on you. Yeah, having the book on you at all times. Yo, Psyche, there should be like a little what's it called? A little app, like Survivor book app immediately. Just right there for the coaches to show.
I can't tell you how many times I've wanted to look at the book, but like in the middle of like a practice session. Like, I need to look at the book to make better choices, dude.
Yeah,
also, did they just pick Arms Factory?
Yo, wait, what?
Did we just see Arms Factory? What map was it? What map did they pick? I guess we're about to find out.
Yo, I think you're right.
Oh no, we're not gonna find out until banning starts, unfortunately.
Oh my god, Psyche.
Was it banned, Arms Factory? Was it banned Church? I think I can't tell. Maybe they picked Church. I don't even know. I wasn't paying attention.
I think it was an Arms Factory pick. I saw the first map get picked, and that's Arms Factory, right?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, we're gonna see Arms Factory, bro. Oh my god, so it looks like
okay, but was it a ban or was it a pick? Which one?
I think it's gonna be. I think it's a pick, bro. We can go back in the VOD. We can go back in the VOD. Hang on. 1 second. second. This is important. This is important. This is important.
Hold.
Hold. Psyche is picked by GR.
No way.
We got Arms Factory.
We barely see Arms Factory now. That's insane.
Absolute cinema.
It is absolute cinema. Is this the first time we see Arms Factory in the tournament?
Yes. And it is picked by GR, which makes a lot of sense, Psyche, because remember, who needs to be consistent right now? Survivors.
The survivors need to be consistent, yeah. I mean, survivors can definitely get a 3-man here with a dungeon escape. There's a lot of dungeon potential.
Oh my god, it's Buddha.
Yeah, your favorite meme, Miki.
My favorite? I like it. Doesn't mean it's my favorite.
Best of 3 king right here, apparently. Don't know what it means. BO3? Best of 3?
Yeah, I guess he's the best of 3 king right there. But I think he's a commentator. I don't think that's a player. Like, we saw him Plants vs. Zombies.
Plants vs. Zombies again, it's back! I think it's the same person, bro. Either it's the same person or everyone has the same picture. I don't know. Honestly, I wouldn't be able to know. Because that Buddha thing showed up again. It literally showed up again.
Do you think that one audience member is just there to showcase Buddha?
No, I feel like it's probably a more well-known meme. I don't know. Probably not, though, because a lot of... If we're being honest here, a lot of random stuff gets shown. Could just be the same person coming back to the same competition over and over. So, in the meantime, though, we're going to be waiting for the matchup to start. Yeah, so if we just see the same results happen here again, whether that be, like, let's say a double 4 kill, double 3 kill, double 2 killed, or a double 1 kill, both like, same result on both sides. It doesn't matter what the result is. If the results are going to be the same on both sides, then that's going to be a win. That's going to be a win for GR because of the fact that Jin pulled ahead in round 2 with the 3 kill. And then the survivors were able to work together to ensure a tie happens. Makes it so that overall they come out ahead in points. And so getting that tie makes sure the enemy doesn't get ahead. And then Jin getting 3 kill, of course, gets his team ahead. So we're going to see if TE can bring a comeback here. It's not the end of the world. Getting a win this round isn't the world's worst difficult thing. Just need to win one survivor more than the other team here. That's going to be the key to victory. So Pepe here has to be more aggressive here. Has to be looking into winning options with Hunter. And yes, it is Arms Factory. Yeah, so we don't usually see Arms Factory nowadays. I couldn't tell you why. I think it's just because A, there's only 3 maps you can pick in a certain best of 3. And B, more popular options have come up, which therefore goes back to the you can only pick 3 maps thing. You know, back then, you know, Hospital was always avoided. Lakeside was always avoided. Leo's Memory was always avoided. Chinatown didn't exist. So it was really like down to Church, Arms Factory, Moonlit, Ever Sleeping, and sometimes you would see Lakeside, but not all that often. Nowadays, there's a lot more variety. You could pick Church, Lakeside, Moonlit. These maps have like become more playable for stars. They were just not super popular maps back then. Could just be a preference thing, like just the meta. There's sometimes no reason that a character is not used or a certain map is used. Sometimes there is no particular reason. Sometimes it's just because there's like a trend happening where like you're seeing a lot of other players practice on those maps, so you practice on them yourselves, and as a result of you practicing against your opponent, you yourself also become comfortable on those maps, and you don't mind seeing it either. So I guess it could be something like that, but there's a lot of thoughts going into it.
So hyped for Arms Factory right here.
Yeah.
You've not seen it at all, and I'm like, yo, Arms Factory, yippee! But yeah, you got Lantern is picked here. Forward ban. Forward ban's interesting. I think it's a respect ban right there. Because it's not a typical ban at all whatsoever. You got coding on the Meteorologist. Matador ban makes sense. Archer ban makes sense. Just a lot of powerful characters going to get banned. Escapeologist ban does make me believe that this is going to be Hullabaloo on the side of Pepe here. But it is banned. So no, cannot be Hullabaloo. Maybe going to be, I don't know, Shadow. If you ban Escapeologist, but why would Shadow ban Forward?
I'll tell you the appeal of Forward bans. Because A, it's a small map, and so it's easier for any support to come across the map. B, the Cyphers on Arms Factory are not close to the edges of the map like they are on Leo's Memory, so if forward were to ever come from a cypher to help, if his teammate calls for him, not only is the map not as big, but also cyphers in general are just closer together, more clumped up in the center, and kiting areas also tend to be more in the central area of the map, not so much on the edges of the map like they are on Lose Memory. Same with the cyphers. So just in general, stuff gets done faster on Arms Factory, and the biggest reason of all, in my opinion, is forward is like the master of just going for long football stunts after chairing, and just you rescue them, and yeah, you don't get any chair time, but you don't get any damage on the forward either. And so what is that a recipe for, Mickey? It's not a win. You don't go for that for a win, but what do you get from that? A full health forward helps for what?
Full health forward. Ties.
For ties, yeah, because now you don't have to heal him. He just goes right back to the coding. Super safe stun, got value out of it, and that's all you're looking for. And so Pepe, I think, is going to ban that because he needs to be the aggressor here. He needs to get ahead. Because it's going to be very hard for the survivors to 3-man here. I'll tell you that much for sure. Even on a map like Arms Factory.
Yeah, Q is going to be the pick of choice here. Honestly, banning forward for QS also does make a lot of sense to me. Even though you clearly saw me getting robbed on a Psyche stream by a QS. Once he transformed and my stun just went nowhere. Went poof. Didn't even happen. But yeah. Q is going to be the pick here. Mercenary, middle, makes sense. Lanternist, back a shed, can do anything where she wants. Meteorologist does have the quick access to the factory or the deep sandbags should she so choose. And of course, last survivor going to be the psychologist over at the front exit gate right there. And yeah, are those chips yummy, bro? I can hear them.
I muted on the stream so the stream can't hear. Anyway, we're gonna be going. No, Miki, it's a separate microphone for both. Discord is separate from stream.
And anyway. I didn't mean to air you out. That my fault.
Bro, W co-commentator right here. Literally cannot do anything slightly off the job. Bro, you know those coworkers who be ratting you out as soon as you do something that's slightly not up to policy on the rules? This dude does it on purpose and doesn't even realize it, or does it on accident. And doesn't even realize it.
It's better to do it on accident than do it on purpose. Like,
bro, but it's so annoying because you didn't even use your head with it. Anyway. It's whatever. We're going to be going into the first half of round 3. Is it going to be a win for Pepe? He kind of needs it. Otherwise, it's going to be up to the survivors to get a 3-man here. Totally possible.
That would be much harder, yeah, against Jin for sure. But Pepe gonna be the highlight here at the moment on this QS on the hunt. Arms Factory for this round 3. And going after CTA right here is Pepe. And the ciphers are already going. Pepe not making any type of commitment so far. Survivors just rotating out, playing it nice and slow, gathering all the information they can about what this QS may want to do. And as you can see, middle is not being done. And this is because QS is really, really good at stopping middle. So if you don't get that done right off the bat, you really don't want to do it at all, because then having that as an objective, having it connected super, super easily, just like that, as we see right there, it means that it's really just not worth putting your resources there, especially against QS. And CTA, again, the Lanternist, gonna be seeing the kite here, looks like. Gonna make it, not make it towards his window. Is this gonna be a hit? This is gonna be a hit.
That way is just gonna be a regular hit.
Type of ability. Yeah. Way too close to use Lanternist ability.
So right here, not even going to use the ability. Now that the 1000 presence ball is up, this is where her ability is going to be better. Can't even break the pallet, but doesn't matter because he has blink, so it just doesn't matter at all the fact that he cannot break it. He's waiting to blink her. Yeah, just like that, going to knock her down. Not a real great start for the survivors. The whole reason QS wasn't chasing there anyone on purpose is because he knows he's just going to regress any cypher that they get progress on. He wants to, if anything, bait them to the cyphers, regress whatever they do, so it's like nothing happened, but he has more information on where they are, see where the cyphers are shaking, then make a choice.
He wants them out of position from a safe area, and getting to the cypher, especially one that we saw over there in the bad corner, is going to be the key start that you want as this QC here, especially because you need to be the ones making the aggressive moves here. And CTA going to be waiting at this window mind game, going to not commit to anything. Pepe going to pull the orb And that's going to be the capture, but is it going to be the reposition? Nope. Citier going to go down right here. And honestly, Lanternus is a character where you need to be at a perfect mid-range to use your ability. If you're too far, it doesn't make sense to use it. If you're too close, you can't use it. And as you saw there, Pepe got really, really close. So Citier couldn't really find an opportunity to use his ability right there. Honestly, the best time to use it probably would have been when he saw the QS rapidly approaching and he got behind the tank. Could have dropped it right there. And then he doesn't know where he dropped it. And then by then you can vault the window and switch your image again. It's over the window. Now QS has to worry about that. So I do believe the hesitation on the ability is what's costing him this kite right here. And wow, his image just got caught.
Yeah, but that's fine because you can just move the image around. Lancerns is one of the hardest counters to QS. Yeah, you don't even need it. You don't even need to wait for the ball to come up. But right here, unfortunately, hoping to mind game the QS. QS just played safely, patiently, trying to see where he goes. And it turns out Lancerns is right next to him, so he does end up just getting the hit.
And dude, I know the ciphers safe buy, but look at the percentages that they're at. However, leaving high ciphers with a lot of percentages, not what you want to do against a hunter like Q is, because if you leave it by, he's gonna whittle it down bit by bit, and you're gonna soon see your 75 become 0.
Absolutely. Something to note as QS here as well is if a survivor like that, like the Lancers there earlier, is ever out a window and it's like a vaulting situation, one of the best things you can do as QS is just actually go to the side of the window and then force them to vault and then go around. And you can definitely play a much better game that way, forcing the survivor to vault when you're already on the side of the powder window rather than coming out in front of it.
Right.
This time though, not going to do it because the mercenary's not even there. He's actually going to hit the crate, and just like that, going to not hit the mercenary. Does cost 2 Opads though. It is expensive to survive here. 3 Opads and he's already all gone. Doesn't even get a suck ball out. Still waiting on it. It's just a matter of time, and just like that, he does get sucked.
Indeed. Gets the sucked and gets the down. GR Heart, no abilities in play here. The mercenary going to see the rocket chair for the first time. Ciphers are not looking that ideal. If you're a TE fan, this is looking kind of good. Pepe's got a great position at the moment. That last cipher is not far at all, and that wouldn't be a problem against certain hunters, but QS, oh, that's a problem. That's a big problem.
Do keep in mind though that accelerated decode really gets ciphers done quickly. So if you don't if you don't prepare for that as the QS, you could be looking at a cipher going from 20 to 80% in a matter of like 30
wait
seconds.
For this ball. Good patience here by air conditioning, but he's about to go down.
Ooh,
oh, the tip of the hitbox flywheel. Not going to get the value that it needs.
Just the
right
tip,
there.
Mickey. Just the tip.
Just
and right
the
here,
tip.
the mercenary is going to get, or not the mercenary, the psychologist is going to get, I mean, blocked with the line, but gonna bait her just to force her to leave. Every single second counts here. No one really is sure what to do. We're not sure if he's gonna chase. We're not sure if he's gonna commit. And Pepe using that to his advantage, knowing that uncertainty exists. And right here, putting an infinite ball on the cipher. Now no progress can get done on the cipher either. He specifically put a single point on it.
And it's getting regressed at the same time.
Yeah, so he put a singular point on the cipher on purpose, so that's where the suck ball will go, so that way it's not moving out of place. And that's like the strength of QS, is that you go over there, you block it, then you put that singular ball down after you block it off with your regular line, so that way it's regressing by the regular line you place, and then the singular point is going to be great to just put a suck ball on and just constantly prevent any decode here. He's just going to do the same thing now.
He's going to get the health from the psychologist ability, so he is going to be able to make this rescue. But dude, this cipher is going
again, lining it up so it's on the singular point rather than on anything else, making sure the suck ball doesn't move away from the cipher. If he puts it on the regular line, it'll move all along the line and let her decode it. But this way, there's just no shot of that happening. Pepe right here letting the rescue happen here. Gonna choose to go after the cipher instead. I guess it's because he doesn't have a suck ball available. He already used it. Now he's just gonna go after the cipher, try to slow this game down.
Use the ability. Survivors can heal up here, can choose another cipher. There's a lot that can be done here, but the blink gonna put immediate pressure on these survivors. You have to go rescue again. And this is really good for Pepe, because if you give them a little too much time to be lax about where you're not on a cipher or you're chasing a survivor and they're not down right away, the survivors don't have to do anything. They can just decode, they can take it easy. and that's not going to be the case right here.
Yo,
But
that's a
the
suck
Meteor
ball.
are going to get captured.
That's a suck ball on the Meteor across the map, and I think that's at this point a 4-man. There's no one working on the Cypher Machine. There's nothing they can do. Mercenary did get an elbow pad from a chest. How appropriate. I mean, he's doing the Cypher Machine, but now the Hunter knows where he's at, and just... I don't think there's anything the Star is going to be able to do to get out of this situation. We got the credits music rolling, of sadness going on in the background of my stream.
World's smallest violin playing, bro. Like, yeah, it is. Pack it up, wrap it up. It's Pepe on this Q list. And
that phrase is so perfect in this situation. Pack it up, wrap it up, just like... Yeah, and Mercenary is going to get the rescue here, though. Hold! Wait, and now that Cypher's being decoded, it got regressed, but it's going to get done real fast.
And the Merc is going to get the body block, too. Here.
I lost track of the chairs, though. Every single person's been on chair at least once. I just can't remember who's dead on chair. Knocking him down for the BM value, because that was totally
necessary. He was already dead, bro. You don't gotta hit him.
I'm pretty sure he was gonna die faster just letting him bleed out, but it's whatever.
I know, right? I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, but the psychology's gonna get off here. It's because he put the sock ball again. This is what I'm talking about. The sock ball plus, yeah, and he is there on chair. The sock ball plus regular line combo. If you put it really close to the Cypher, and you're right next to it, you could just do that. You don't even need to put the singular point down. But if you have to go across the map to block a Cypher, then you want to follow it until you're at the Cypher, then connect the line, and then just drop a singular point, and that singular point is going to be used for the suck ball. Great patience right here from the psychologist. What a bait.
Nice movement here from Coding. We see the nice tight pallet play, but is it a little too late? Yeah, air conditioning chilling at the back of the shack right there. Crow's inevitably going to happen at some point. Pepe going to hunt him down, secure the 4K elimination. And Psyche, this means that if Jin cannot match, that TE will be taking the round, and we will be seeing Game 4. And that is going to be something that is a spectacle to see for sure, because, man, these teams have been going at it so competitively. I would not be surprised at all if we do see the Game 4, absolutely. But one can only hope. A lot of the Hunters will be expired. Arms Factory, the map will be expired. I really wonder what the map would be, but we'll see. Jin just got to match the 4K, and he's done it before. Jin's got quite the 4K statistic on him at Call of the Abyss, but this isn't Call of the Abyss. This is IVL. This is like the biggest China tournament outside, of course, of Call of the Abyss. And yeah, it's just to see who here is the best. And at the moment, it seems like Pepe making a name for himself. Just looking around, just trying to scout out air conditioning's location. Air conditioning has the syringe, Psyche. You know what that means? You can infinitely tippity tap that syringe, and Crows are no longer going to be an issue or a factor. But the Tonight is going to be a factor. Can he keep hidden from this QS long enough? Nope. They're going to be the tracks, the pop, and the self heal.
Oh, missing the swing though. Okay, not going to vault in case of Blink Terror Shock.
And Coding is back on the Cypher once again. So Pepe might have to answer it if he can't down this Meteorologist too quick. But there's the Blink. Gonna down the Meteorologist. And there is self-heal on the side of air conditioning here, but no longer going to be self-heal on the side of Coding the psychologist, and he's headed towards...
I think he sees her. Yep. Sees the psychologist here across the map. There's not a whole lot left to do here except kite as long as possible for the meteorologist to eventually pick herself up here. But after that, not a whole lot left to do here. It's going to take some serious mind games and maybe some patience on letting the survivors bleed themselves out as much as possible so that the dungeon will immediately open.
No, he's going to opt the chair here for sure, just to get the extension of time. Yep, called it. And this is actually going to be really important because he would die sooner than he would die on the chair. So it gives him a little more time to... Oh, or not. Does he realize that the Psych is going to die very, very soon? But however, AC not close to the dungeon at all, and probably got Son right here with the rendering. Yep, Pepe knows exactly where he is. Hadouken. Oh, never mind. Wait.
What a juke by
there
Miki.
There it is. 4K for the side of TE. A little victory suck ball right there. And sucking the chances of GR winning this 2-0 in a handshake is going to be Pepe at the moment. But we'll see. Can Jin match what just happened here? If Jin can match, they will be tying. I think regardless for seeing gameplay.
No. If Jin gets a 3-man here, a 3 kill, that's still not enough. Because it's going to go down to points at this point. It's after the 3rd round. If we're just going to see, I mean, here's the thing. Let's say Jin gets a 3 kill here. That is technically a round 1 for TE. They win the round for TE, but GR also won a round. So the way it's going to work is at that point, it's just considered like a tie scenario overall through the course of the 3 matches, and they're just going to look at points at that point. And 2 3-mans is 1 point short of a 1 4 kill. So even a 3 kill here would cost GR the win. They would still lose even with a 3 kill here. So 2 3 kills from Jin and he would still lose. The team would still lose. And yeah, on the other hand, TE just getting a single 4-man. I mean, you can see how strong points come into play in a situation like this. In a situation like this, round 3, where it's even if you win the round, like cannot just be winning the round, right? It can't just be tying the round. You have to make sure your opponent doesn't get a 4 kill like they do right here, because now they don't just win the round, they're significantly ahead in points where it's now going to map. And that's kind of what we're looking at here.
But yeah, we did see quite the spectacle being put on by Pepe here. Armin the Qist just taking control of all those ciphers so convincingly, and just playing that attrition game so well, hitting survivors, trading chairs, just back-to-back chairs, just not tunneling, not getting like too locked in on one idea, one decision, just perfectly applying his pressure all throughout the map. Gonna net him the big 4 kill here, and gonna see the point difference now. As you can see, 9-12, so a 3 kill here will not tie it up still, like Psyche said, because the survivors will get that 1 point, which would be enough to put them ahead of, of GR. So Jin got a match, or that's it, pretty much is what Psyche is saying. And if he matches, I do believe that is going to be, I don't know if it's going to be a game 4,
no,
or if it's going to, no?
It's literally impossible for there to be a game 4, because if Jin matches this, it counts this result as like an overall tie, and then it goes back to the fact that Jin won in round 2, and that's going to be the difference maker.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so there it is.
This is going to be a do or die situation at this point. There isn't going to be a round 4. The point situation is like so odd because you can't hit it directly. You can't tie it. You're either less than it or more than it. So this makes it just impossible to see a round 4 at this point as a result of that.
I gotcha. Thank you for the clarification. But yeah, this is going to be it. So if Jin can match the effort that was put in by Pepe and get the 4, that will be the win for his team. But should he get anything less, that's going to be the win for TE. This set has been nothing but back-to-back action. Just a lot of decisions here. And keep in mind, Psyche, this was picked by GR's Survivor side, so I'm wondering if they're regretting it right about now. Because Q is still such a powerful pick on the Arms Factory. It just goes to show, man. Like, the other team can very well use that map against you. And in this case, I could convincingly say that they did. They absolutely did. Use the map against them.
Q's was a pretty well prepared pick there. No infinite ability survivors there. No lanternist there, which is like a hard counter to Qist. And best of all, the map is very small. So having Qist still up is going to be absolutely critical in a situation like that. Yeah, it turns out that banning the Hula Blue and whatever else they banned wasn't nearly as good as the Qist, because A, they cannot deal with suck balls on their team comp. I mean, you saw right there, elbow pads were burned basically instantly from the Mercenary. Meteorologist Wind is maybe good for like 2 uses to fly in the air, but even then he can reposition the suck ball. So nothing amazing there. And of course we saw the, who was the first guy? Man, the game lasted so long. I forgot who was...
Lanternist.
Oh, Lanternist was the first guy? Why didn't you tell me? I was talking about how, oh, no Lanternist on the team. No, it's just because the
I
Lanterness...
thought you said that because like she died so quick.
No,
but
because she was the first chase here. So saving the blink for the Lanterness, going after the Lanterness here, saves him trouble in the mid game. Because yeah, there was no Lanterness in the mid game. There was a Lanterness in the early game, but he had that blink ready for her. I mean, she definitely could have rebounded afterwards. Like, that was not going to be easy by any means for the Qist. But at the very least, he could get out the ability using the sockball, and then after that, rely on the speed up. I mean, he does have multiple rescuers injured, including the Lanterness herself as well. He could totally rely on his movement speed up. But she had broken windows. Honestly, that wasn't free for Pepe right there. The fact that the Lanterness had broken windows and was, of course, just playing Lanterness, so a hard counter to the suckball, but able to kill her. There was that mind game between the two windows that nothing really happened, and as a result, Pepe just got a free hit off after a really good, like, avoiding the suckball move. She just ends up getting hit for free. That was pretty unfortunate right there, I will say.
No, yeah, for sure. Like, just not being able to use her ability at the right time, just not picking the opportune moment to use the Lanternist ability. Like I said, the mid-range is going to be the perfect time to use that ability, and she did have a good opportunity there at the start of her kite to drop it right behind those barrels, because it would take Q's a little time to corner cut right there. But yeah, choosing not to use it and saving it for a rainy day, well, it was thundering and you didn't pull out the umbrella, so it looks like you did get killed really quickly. And man, when you lose a kite really early to a Qist, that's a problem, because he's so good at playing around the lack of progress that you have and punishing you for it. And he's like one of the best at it, if not the best hunter at it, especially on the smaller maps.
Yeah, not to mention losing out on one of their most important key survivors early in the match, just having them eliminate straight away. They were going to use her to be like the unchaseable target on those Cypher machines, so anytime the hunter comes over and tries to rely on sucking her in with the suck ball, hitting her, and maybe leaving her after that, can't be done with Lanterness, because Lanterness will always be able to counter it, followed up by then just recharging that ability infinite amount of time. So losing out on that versatility in the end game was killer. Absolutely killer right there for GR.
No, yeah, absolutely. Like, just having no Lanternist as one of the best counters to the Qist right there is just going to be a key survivor that they just did not have access to when they definitely needed it. Like, if you had Lanternist and was one of the survivors that Pepe was juggling around there, that would have been like a whole different story. It could have been a whole different story. And yeah, but let's see, speaking of stories, let's see who's gonna write their final chapter as victors. Not named Victor, just victors, just winners. And yeah, we're gonna see, is it TE with the Embalmer pick that is going to be the victors, or will it be Jin?
I mean, that is a very strong tie survivor right here. Not the biggest map, but the corners can make it feel like a big map. If you make sure to die in the corner and put the cop in the other corner, our sector can really feel like a big map. It just doesn't, because none of the kitingers are really in the corner. They're like away from the corners.
Escapologist. Explorer gonna get banned by Jin. Explorer mechanic. Obviously, Jin is very worried about the fact that rushing ciphers, because if any cipher rush happens here, he's cooked. Getting 4 people is no simple task, but let's see if Jin is up for it. More than capable of taking this 4-man and winning the set for his team, though. So yeah, it's just gonna really be up to, can he catch a survivor slipping, or will he crumble to the pressure of getting 4 survivors, especially some of the tougher ones like Gardner, like Puppeteer.
This is a really annoying team comp to try to kill someone as soon as possible, because your best bet is to kill someone instantly to try to give yourself that best chance of a 4 kill.
And none of these guys get killed instantly, arguably.
Embalmer is maybe the best one to kill instantly, but the advantage of Embalmer is that no one has to ever rescue him, so no damage is ever sacrificed to keep him alive further.
They just keep decoding, bro. That's what's going to be the real issue here. You're going to see the fact that not having to leave the ciphers, like straight up pulling a Percy straight up, is going to be what makes the difference. And the survivors only need 1 out to win the set. Survivors in a great position here. Jin on the back pedal. But yeah, we're going to see him trying to make it happen here on the map that his team picked. We're gonna see if it screws him over or if he himself also can utilize it.
Wait, Mickey, hold up. Escapologist Embalmer combo is hilarious because wherever he places the coffin, even if he dies by the coffin, you move him away.
You just move him further away from the coffin.
And then you rescue him with Tide, and he moves even further away. He could really go to the opposite corner of the map. Hold up. Embalmer Escapologist combo is actually nuts. Hold up. Because here's the thing.
Here.
He's not going to die in his coffin. He's always going to run away some distance, right? Which is going to be added even further on by Escapologist's ability, followed by Tide Turner. And he has been saving this Queen Bee the whole time. Usually you don't see Queen Bee round 3. Usually we see her round 1 and never again after that.
But she does get 4Ks pretty well. Wins, 4Ks, ties, all of it. Queen Bee just a very versatile hunter here. So we're going to see if Queen Bee is what he needs to get the job done. The key to writing the chapter as either a win for GR or TE. Will they reign supreme with the one survivor out needed right here? So we're going to see how it goes. But being in the hunter side as the final draw is usually better than being in the survivor side for sure. Especially when the lead has been made against your team. So Jin gonna have to pick up the pieces that his team left. Is he gonna finish his plate, or are the crumbs gonna remain there? The crumbs being TE, crumbling the chances of victory for GR right there.
How poetic, Miki. Beautiful, beautifully written, Miki.
Yeah, and as you can see, final handshake here. GG's to both teams, regardless of what happened. A hard-fought set, regardless of the winner. And here we go with the final builds. We got full borrow time on the Puppeteer, on the Escape, and then no borrow time on Drop and Malm, the Gardener, and the Embalmer. And it makes perfect sense for the Embalmer not to have the borrow time because he's going to be dragged so far away. And then now you're going to be taking all your time to kill him. And who knows, maybe they are... maybe they're just planning to get dungeon. Maybe they're not planning to make it to the end game. But Embalmer, definitely not going to see that. But there you go. Final match of set 1. Here we go. Psyche and I are here to provide you commentary live here in the NAU region.
All right, guys, let's get into it.
Here we go. Jin gonna be on the hunt. Do or die on the Queen Bee. Is now going towards the middle. And gonna see if you can snipe out you, the Escapologist. Drop right nearby him. Like we said, the Embalmer first chase would ideally be his best. But he's
the Bees exposed him.
The Bees expose him and is gonna lose his fog ability already. Bees to expose him, and this is a really early hit.
Ooh.
Cypher's not even 30%.
Fog hit wasted. Fog thurible wasted. A shot to boot? Nope, avoids the shot at least. Ooh, and he has no kiting abilities whatsoever.
The corner pressure is happening here from Jin, breaking this pallet so quick. Escapologist unable to really go anywhere. Is he gonna go down?
He's using the fog, risking it all, and he doesn't even get it off.
He goes down. Psyche, the Cyphers aren't even 50%.
Bro, Mickey, he just used the fog as soon as it was off of court. I'm like thinking, he better not use this. There's not enough time to set it up. He uses it anyway. He's dead immediately on the spot.
Dead on the spot. Gonna move over to the chair over here. And yeah, Malm gonna be nearby. And gonna break this middle pallet. No setups allowed.
Exposing his fast pallet breaking there. Well, I guess the Escapologist started.
Yeah, earlier he did expose it, but like, dude, Psyche, this is what Jin needed. The quick kill. Even if they choose to farm here or to sell here, it would be ideal for the survivors because all you do need after all is one out. The save's gonna come right before half. Nope, after half rescue from the Gardener. You is gonna see the chair for the last time. Man. Did he get killed right here? This is everything Jin wants.
This is so rough to watch. This is a hard watch. Indeed, Miki. And I don't think there's anything the Embalmer can do with this being his last chair. It's not even possible to set up the coffin here anymore.
Nope. He's gonna probably wonder, hey, why can't I coffin? Hey, I saved after half, man. Oh, okay. But yeah, Jin's gonna see that you is sent to the manor immediately and gonna go waste no time at all to put on pressure.
Escape failed. You are getting sent back to the manor.
Indeed. But yeah, Drop gonna be the next one to get chased.
Oh, trying to read the flywheel.
Yeah,
Doesn't
trying to read
work
it,
out.
but gonna mistime it a little bit. Jin playing real angsty around this pallet. Gonna get the hit right there. Positions himself perfectly, and Drop is taking a hit. And Psyche, all ciphers are being done as possible. But there's only 2 people able to do it, Psyche. And wow, no borrowed time, but the kill comes that quickly? Man, this is just rough. TE with such a glorious lead. Dude, Psyche, are survivors unfamiliar with how to use Arms Factory right now?
No, I think it was just that first kite just making it really rough. Plus, Embalmer doesn't really have much against a full presence Queen Bee. Like, let's be a little bit understanding here. Embalmer trying to kite a full presence Queen Bee with no ability.
Yeah, but
and this was an early down
Embalmer
too on top of that.
Yeah, Jin looks like he's putting his pressure all on the ciphers here. Malm gonna be the one next to take chase right here. This is gonna be interesting to think about because, yeah, your target's gone. But if you think about it, Drop did use the coffin, right? And that is a chair. So next time he sees this Embalmer, it will be the second chair automatically. So yeah, maybe not worrying too much about it. Here's Jin, but there's gonna be the down. And you think the survivors are worried?
The
because he is
immediate pressure.
going back and forth, and just really putting himself in these positions to get these quick kills. The Queen Bee being saved all the way up. Ooh,
Oh,
the
mistiming the
pallet
shot
stun.
a little bit. Yeah,
Yep.
right here getting stunned and not using it in the middle of the pallet means that he can wait for the shot to pass and then stun. Really huge
Yeah,
right
no
there.
more trait here either on the side of Jin. Peeper's being changed for the teleport, and there's the kill. The second share for Drop. Malm gonna pick themselves up. As you can see in the right-hand side, the hand icon is now darkened, so self-heal was used. Gege gonna be decoding as much as he can. And honestly, the ciphers are still going 34 and rising. But yeah, the puppeteer here gonna be the rescuer. If Jin stuffs this could be a chop. So remember, he does need to get 4 survivors out. Is looking poised to do so thus far. But he's keeping him away from the chair, body blocking as much as he can. But this looks like the rescue's gonna come off with the tie turner. No tie turner on Gege. Just
Yikes.
broken windows.
Really fast farm right there. A lot of damage on the puppet. He can technically do one more rescue. This game is not out of the woods yet for Jin. He still needs to get the 4 kill here. Otherwise, it's not going to be enough here. There's no way for him to chair and still guard the Cypher Machine, though. It's literally impossible.
They're probably just gonna pop here, dude. Yeah, get him to the
Chair
gate.
Cypher Machine. Yeah,
No,
and gonna
yeah.
pop here early, and now the Puppeteer has all his puppets available. He's not gonna. Well, I guess this is gonna be a basic.
Wouldn't go down if he gets hit, but yeah, this is it. Looks like TE has himself in that position.
He could
right
pre-place the beast and then teleport. Yeah, and hope he can just kill this Gardener.
there. Oh my God,
Oh.
Gardner prepared for it with the bubble.
Wait.
Jin.
If he had just waited there, hold it. Had he just waited there, she probably would have been cooked and then just teleport on the bees. That might be the game changer now.
Yeah, could.
Wait, he actually
be.
no, he beats it.
No
he
way.
stops it, and she used her self heal.
She used self-heal,
Oh my God, this is a checkmate scenario right here. Is the puppet gonna get up? No, that's a 4 kill. There's nothing to do here.
kill.
Standing in front of the gate to body block it in case he opens it.
Does Jin get it? Jin gets the down, but
What do you
will
mean
he be
does
able to
Jin
reach
get
the
it?
ground
Obviously
time?
he's about to get it. He's dying next to the fence with literally nothing to
He
use.
gets it. He gets it, and the well-deserved. Look at him. He's smiling. He's nodding. He knows what he just did for his team. Psyche. Jin
Wow.
just took it back against the wall. Looked so
Dude.
terrible for a moment.
What a comeback. What a comeback. It looked so bad for GR when they got that 4 kill against them. And Jin just, no problem, carrying a sprinter does. Just pulling a 4-man out of his ass and just like that. Able to make sure that his team just goes right through anyway. That's the beauty of this game, guys, is that you still
Psyche,
got your
do you know
Hunter side to
how
work
you
with.
know that was the last match of the set? Not because of the winner. Do you know how you know?
How?
The ad came up.
Yeah, because the ad came up. Yeah, you're right. That 5-minute get your reward ad came up every single time. Every single time without fail. That's how we know it's the end.
Dude, yeah, when the ad comes up, that's how you know. You don't even have to worry about the victory screen that you see right there. No. The ad comes up. You won.
He won. Cinema.
Cinema.
If his hands were missing. Cinnamon.
Wait, are my hands
Cinema.
missing? No, cinema. But Jin with the cheeky little
Cinema,
smile knows
guys.
what he did for his team there. So yeah, absolute
Invisible cinema.
GG's to GR, clapping it up, clapping it up, clap it up, clap it up. Very nice, very nice, very nice. And yeah, over. What are you doing, bro? What?
Clap it up
you-
for GR. Congratulations, GR, for winning the matchup. I know you're listening. So congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations, Jin.
Guys, thank you so much for watching. We will be back for the next matchup. Thank you guys so much for watching here, but we will return shortly for the next matchup, which, let me pray, please pray that past Psyche put the matchups in the description so I could just check for myself right now. Did I pray today? Please tune in for the next matchup, which we're going to cover here live on the channel. Is going to be FPX.ZQ versus Wolves. I appreciate to see you guys here in about like 20 minutes from now, maybe 15 minutes. So thank you guys so much for watching. And I'll see you guys later. Take care. This has been Psyche. And no Miki, apparently, because Miki's not saying
And Mickey, bro, this guy.
I was
my
waiting.
God.
I was waiting. He didn't say anything. All right. See you guys in
All right, see
a
y'all in the
little
next
bit.
matchup.
Yo, what is going on, everybody? This is Aki here, and today we're bringing back to you guys the next matchup of day 14 of IVL. And today we're going to be bringing you guys the matchup of the century. Okay, not really, but we're going to be matching up against Wolves versus FPX.ZQ. It's a nightmare even remembering the team name, honestly. But if you guys don't know this team, do you know Dong Xuan? Do you know Dong X, as I like to call him? Dong Xuan is one of the most famous hunters out there in this game ever in history, I would argue. And he is on this team. He is on the FPX.ZQ team. In the meantime, though, we have other notable players here. On Wolves, we have Choai here, and we also have Onks. Really great hunters here all around the board. But then we also got the survivors here on both sides playing good, safe games. I do want to see their names so that we can go over them one by one. Of course, though, it's really hard. It's really hard to memorize the survivors because as a survivor team, you know, it's really good to play as a team, but of course it gets lost in the sauce over who exactly does what and what goes on in the match. But here we go. On FPX.ZQ, the survivor sides are going to be going first. We have Sans, who is going to be the rescue main of the team, and we have I believe that's Yuan right there, along with Lin and Yi, who I usually don't try to pronounce their names, but I have no choice. And on the hunter side, we're going to be seeing Choai here. Choai, one of the most notable hunter mains out there as well, has a pretty popular following on social media when it comes to Bilibili and even on YouTube. I will see YouTube videos dedicated just to Choai and his rank sessions. So a pretty notable player, pretty notable hunter. Personally, don't know any of these survivor players myself. I do have to wonder like how many of them have channels of their own, but personally I'm not familiar with them. I'm not really watching survivor channels in China. Anyway, this is a pretty safe lineup right here. If we're looking at the hunter bans, you can really tell a lot about what a hunter wants to play based off their bans. Gravekeeper Puppeteer could be a potential go man here. Queen Bee also is a possibility though, because of the fact he banned Gravekeeper. Since you go underground, you cannot actually gain bees from Gravekeeper when he is underneath the ground. Enchantress also very annoying for Goman, but also could be annoying against Queen Bee, given that Queen Bee constantly chip hits the hunter, and Queen Bee is also kind of a hunter who likes to walk inside of pallets while using her ability. So if you get stunned inside one of those, you won't just waste the chip, you'll get pallet stun right after that too. The survivors are doing a good job making sure to play their even ground right here against no matter what the hunter is going to be. If it's going to be a go man, they got the Magician for it, who is also a good counter to Queen Bee. If it's going to be a go man, they got the Aeroplanist. If it's going to be go man, they got the Intercurrent. I guess Queen Bee is probably better here than go man, just a little bit. But I wouldn't be surprised if he goes go man either. And he is going to go Queen Bee. Just the most popular pick right now in China is going to be the Queen Bee. If you guys have not been keeping up, Queen Bee is one of the newer hunters in the game, and Queen Bee right now is what we'll be seeing the most out of all the hunters in IVL. I will say she is a good throwaway pick just early on. She's a good versatile hunter. No matter the team comp, you can do good, mostly because of the fact that regardless of the survivor, no survivor can really help the fact that Queen Bee can shoot over walls. It's really hard to avoid that aspect of her. She's also constantly getting a 13% movement speed buff essentially almost all the time. We're also going to see Darkwoods here as the map. We don't really see a whole lot of Darkwoods, but it could be good here. Also, if for specifically Queen Bee here, could shoot over the swings right there and snipe a survivor. It could definitely be the difference between the survivors escaping and the survivors dying is the fact he picked Queen Bee right here, and Queen Bee can definitely get a snipe out on these ropes that they're going to take. One of the Darkwoods' main mechanic here is that aspect of the map. And right here, we're going to see Choai choose his spawn here. Not quite yet. He's still thinking about it. And now he's going to lock in his spawn. Going to spawn in on the left side of Factory here. He probably knows that this airplane is just going to wait around the corner and just see where he's going. But as long as he can get an idea of where he's standing and just put the bees there, he should constantly just be gaining faster movement speed. He's going to very quickly circle this building and catch up to the airplane. So I have a feeling he's going to chase the airplane here first. It's not that hard to get rid of the the big house resources, to be completely honest. That one pallet gets crushed really quickly with fast pallet breaking. He is going to be running the fast pallet breaking, so I think chasing big house here is going to be a no-brainer. It really is just like one pallet in there. Everything else is pretty much garbage. One of the more overrated main buildings of the game right here is that, like, Darkwood's main building doesn't really do a whole lot, if we're being honest. The window's basically useless unless you have broken windows, and even then it's kind of like it's okay when you have broken windows, but if you're using it at any other point without broken windows, it's kind of like a last resort. The pallet there is really the only good thing, and I really feel like the devs over nerfed Darkwood's. Like, Darkwood's building, I should say, really over nerfed the Darkwood's building. Like, was that really necessary to, like, make it so there's literally only one usable pallet there, essentially? Like, we got a useless window and a useless pallet. I guess the pallet's not all that useless, but against Queen Bee, pretty useless, if I'm going to be honest here. And he does just immediately go after the airplanist here. Going into the first half of round one, we're going to be seeing Cho-Ai here take over the big house, chasing Yuan here, right here. We're going to have to use his airplanist jetpack, but the good news is at least he's been kiting very well around these tall walls. But without any broken windows, see, like I said, without broken windows, this window is basically garbage. Right here is going to make sure, I'm guessing, to just not give any easy shots to the Queen Bee ability, and going to take the hit on purpose. Now Cho-Ai trying to mind game him. He is going to get rewarded with, oh, a shot, but he misses barely. There's no crosshair on Queen Bee, so it's really a lot harder to aim. And right here, if you see, this pallet is a lot harder to deal with when you're at a distance from the survivor there. So using that hit very well. But yeah, this is where you can just shoot over. And Cho-Ai right here, I mean, really good flywheel, but he misses the second shot, unfortunately. Oh, and he misses the third shot. This kite is just getting drawn out insanely long for no reason. And now this swings over here is just getting free value. Cho-Ai has to do his best here. This should be a pretty simple shot. At the very least, hit him. Yes, there you go. Finally going to take him down, but it gave about 20% of free decode, if we're being honest here. Could have really knocked him down much sooner there. I mean, a great flywheel. Definitely a great flywheel from the airplanist. Maybe it might have been a little bit better to shoot him, because then there was no recovery for shooting and then immediately swinging. As opposed to swinging, there's a recovery before you can shoot again. So order really mattered right there. Right here, we're going to see the first officer go for the rescue, and he does take the hit, though. That is going to be pretty nice. Now that means that Cho-Ai can just immediately go after the airplanist. Don't even stress about still trying to hurt the rescuer. One of the most important things to try to win games as Hunter is making sure that you hit the rescuer at least one time. Because if you don't, it's going to be a lot harder for you as a Hunter to snowball if you do not hit that rescuer. If you guys are aware, rescuers are very strong fighters, so if you don't get an ability out, if you don't get their health out, you are going to be in a very rough spot mid-game when you're going to desperately try to check on ciphers and try to find your next target. You just have a 1 in 3 chance of finding that rescue right here. The butterfly following Cho-Ai right here, so I can tell where he is. But where's the magician? Standing behind the tree. Still eats a chip hit. This could be his stuff right here. He has to time his illusion well, his flywheels well. The illusion, it's okay, but avoids the terror shock most importantly. And just like that, Cho-Ai is going to have to go right back on the airplanist. But like, notice here, guys, that they have significant damage on the team all across the board. This is not going to, ooh, nice hit. This is not going to be easy by any means for the survivors to stay in the game here because of the fact that there's only one person who's full health here. The ciphers are going to be done soon, but not soon enough. So I have a feeling the survivors are just going to try to play this game slow, try not to get found by the Hunter, maybe even do an extra cipher machine here. But the teleport is going to come out, and he predicts incorrectly. Cho-Ai doesn't find anyone. He has to still search a little bit. Okay, there we go. Now he finds him. Dodges the shot here. What a huge thing right there. Or did he even use the shot? I'm not even sure if he even used it, but right here, Cho-Ai gonna get the watch out. And this is the strategy of Hunter end game. You're not committing to anyone. You don't want to give insane value to any one person's ability. You're trying to slowly get abilities out, or if they're giving away damage and refusing to use their ability, you get the damage in instead. And just like that, it's going to contribute to helping him win this game overall. Magician getting his illusion out. Preferably, maybe we'll see this pallet finally get broken. He does have faster pallet breaking. I'm not sure why he doesn't just break it. Maybe he's trying to play around broken windows here. Doesn't want to give him a good boost. But right here, I guess that's why, because he trusts in his ability to hit this shot, and he does in fact hit it. It's really hard to avoid Queen Bee shots when the star is stuck in a vaulting animation. The Cypher's almost done. He is risking quite a bit, leaving this Magician right here. But seeing that the Antiquarian is there, it's not like there's much to do. Oh, what a nice body block there from the Hunter right here, making sure that the first officer's not gonna make the pallet anymore. He should have dropped that first pallet in all honesty there at that point. But I think the body block just caught him off guard there. You got to be so careful against Queen Bee. And if you guys are playing the Queen Bee, then holy, is that a good move to do? Because you don't have any collision within the bees. So it's perfectly fine to just walk through the survivor and then appear in front of them. Now you have collision. Now you're blocking off. Choi does in fact find someone using the full presence, taking a bet here that they're at factory, and he was successful with it. But he's worried that someone else is going to go rescue here. Does grab the bees back, has teleport up. He has to make a choice. He's still got time. He can still make a choice on the gate. But a dungeon right here in this scenario against an Antiquarian who can disarm you, this is not a comfortable spot to be in at all. The only downside of this situation is the Antiquarian. First officer's taking 5 years to die in this chair. So this dungeon is not going to be an option anytime soon. But he needs to hurry up here. Choi does finally get the knockdown here and takes down the Antiquarian. And just like that, BM teleport, because he can just teleport back on the bees. And there you guys go. A clean 3-man kill right here from the Hunter on Wolves' side, making sure to get a solid lead. We don't usually see a lead this early on in the tournaments, especially round one. Like round one, teams are trying to get a feel for each other, try to play safe. We don't really see much aggression here, but right here, he saw the opportunity. Choi saw the opportunity, grabbed onto it, made sure to build off of that. More specifically, the ability to travel around the map, even though that teleport didn't initially get any value on the first person he teleported on. That Cypher had known on it. He knew someone had to be close. He knows the survivor strategies. He knows that surely there's got to be someone here. They're just purposely getting off to make it seem like no one is here, right? Took that chance, took that bet, was successful at finding the first officer. And it's not really about killing him. It's more just pushing them away from the Cyphers, getting those abilities out so that the next time you chase him, like we saw right there, the fact that he didn't have his pocket watch anymore there completely screwed him up. He made a mistake. He didn't have his pocket watch to cover his mistake anymore, and boom. Just like that, Choi was able to take advantage of the getting stuck right there, not thinking about it. First officer wasn't ready to move out the way, and just costed so much distance right there, unfortunately for him. But fortunately for Choi, it's going to be to his benefit, and as a result, he is going to not just get the kill on the first officer, but then take a fortunate guess at where someone is rescuing. He totally assumed that someone was waiting there, by the way, to rescue there. He was ready for it, so ready to just see a rescue coming. Like, surely they're going to send like one guy to the gate, one guy at, like, I don't know, corner of the map. And Choi thought about that. I was like, you know what? Maybe there's someone at factory. Let's go check. I have the energy to check. If no one was there, at that point, it would be kind of hard to go back and forth between the gate and the chair at that point, because of the fact that he just committed his energy to factory. So if no one was there, he would be in a lot of trouble there. He just kind of has to teleport, and if someone goes for the chair at that point, he doesn't really have an easy way of knocking down. The good news about Queen Bee and Darkwoods is that you can teleport on the gate, and the survivor can't really get anywhere far because of the fact that your bees are just constantly pushing you forward and giving you so much momentum. So that is the one benefit, but still, it would have been a lot dicier to be in the Hunter's position if he didn't find the Antiquarian in factory. Had she not gone for it, or had she hit somewhere else, it was just a fortunate guess from Choi right there. But had it been another way, could have been more dicey. It was still looking good though, especially with that teleport in game, I must say. We are going to see Wolves survivors go next here. Right here we see Tion right here. Gonna be the supporter class of Wolves. Has a pretty high average containment time, 4th place overall on the whole competition, which is pretty impressive stuff. Can't deny that. He's also got some fan cheer here. Someone gave him a little present. This is something that some of the people who come over to the official competitions in person can do, I guess. I'm not really sure, but it would be really cool to see that and have one for yourself. He got one though. He got one. Clover right here. Gonna be focusing on playing the game instead though.
Lucky Guy and Puppeteer are going to be his survivors here. Pretty safe survivors. Lucky Guy might seem a little bit silly, but that is a very serious pick in this kind of tournament because of the fact that Lucky Guy is a great throwaway pick in a situation in a tournament where you cannot double play characters. You can't repeat any survivors. So having the ability to pick Lucky Guy, who is like a good throwaway pick, so that you save your strongest survivors for later, is very important. And Puppeteer, of course, is going to be very strong against the meta hunters. Puppeteer can definitely burn through abilities quickly against hunters with fast cooldowns, but Shadow and Go Man are definitely the kinds of hunters who are going to need to take time for their abilities. So by the time you need to use your puppet, it's already been a while, and so you can definitely get very efficient use out of puppets against hunters like that. On the other hand, something like Opera Singer is constantly pressuring hits very quickly, so believe it or not, injuring yourself for quarter damage and giving yourself 9 seconds of invincibility is better than trying to not take any hits against Opera Singer. It's very difficult too. So it happens to be Puppeteer is very good in the meta, but only in like tournaments. I really wouldn't recommend him in rank, especially like with these super fast cooldown hunters. You'll just end up going through Puppets very quickly. It's going to be almost impossible to do a 3 Cypher Kite against hunters like those. You'll definitely get a tie, but it's really hard to get a win as Puppeteer if you don't like dodge some abilities yourself or efficiently use a broken windows boost or a flywheel very well. And here we go, guys. The myth, the legend himself, Dong Schwinn right here, gonna be the hunter side for ZQ. Nowadays he finds himself playing a lot of Queen Bee. Right now the Queen Bee has definitely become like the meta, so to speak. We haven't seen it at all last co-op because it wasn't available yet. Now that Queen Bee is finally available, we are seeing some people, new and old alike, picking up Queen Bee here, regardless of how long they've been playing the game. Keeping up with the meta here is very important, and Queen Bee is definitely going to be part of that meta, at least for the time being. She did get a pretty big nerf, I must say. Right here, nerfing her energy from getting 12 every single time she walks over Survivor to 10 is a really big deal. It just means that you're going to have to swipe over Survivor that many more times before you finally get enough energy to shoot, let alone to gain full presence from it. Is going to take a much longer now, as opposed to going over Survivor maybe like 7 or 8 times. You're going to have to go over them 9, 10 if you're empty. I mean, we often see Queen Bees be very empty after seeing a rescue from like someone with Tide Turner. So farming as much as possible is necessary. With Tide Turner, you still have plenty of time to do it, but in terms of like an actual kite where time is limited and every second counts, it's just free time that the hunters are going to be losing out on when they play Queen Bee, and they're just not going to gain their ability back as quickly as they used to. So no matter what, it's going to be a hard nerf, no matter how you look at it. But it's not just that. They even nerfed the full presence of it. They nerfed how fast you can travel to the bees using your 1000 presence, and they increased consumption energy at full presence. So all across the board, harder to get energy, and you lose more of it with one of your key ingredient abilities that makes Queen Bee such a scary hunter endgame. That's her full presence we're talking about, and they're just majorly going to nerf it. It's especially a big deal that she flies slower to her bees when you leave them across the map, which we see a lot of Queen Bees do that. Like, they'll teleport away, they'll leave their bees somewhere, and if they need to come back, they can do that with their bees. Right, but if it takes 15% longer, which now it takes 15% longer to fly back to your bees, you're going to see a incredible difference in gameplay here. I'm sure people have already been playing Queen Bee now, and just watching this gameplay will be like, wow, they're still playing in the server where it's that fast? Yup. So the nerfs and buffs don't come until many months after they come out for the tournament server. So they play on a whole different server, and this server purposefully is built different. It's just built different, guys. It's built different from the regular server because they want to give the tournament players time to adjust to new changes, but not to the point where it's like, okay, they never come. Of course they will come eventually, but they don't come for at least a few months because they want the top players to get used to them before they implement them into tournaments. So right now, all the balance changes that we just saw this July are not in the game. I think the ones in April are also not in here. I'm not 100% certain. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. It's kind of like on the edge, so to speak, of like when they just came out. So I'm not sure if it's in this server, the tournament server that you're playing on or not. But either way, though, the ones that just came out are definitely not in the game. So we're still going to be seeing the Prime Queen Bee. And we're not going to be, we're still going to see stuff like Prime Doctor as well.
Goldman is still unnerfed, unchanged. So a lot of stuff here, a lot of options still open in this meta. Of course, Persona is also not here, so you could think of it this way. There's less options, but the existing options are still here. We're actually going to see a wildling here, by the way. You don't really see a lot of wildling nowadays. I guess pretty confident that Dong Schwinn right here is not going to go the Hullabaloo, I suppose, because playing wildling when Hullabaloo's available is always a scary bet. But he can be good here. It's just very scary on the rescues, because you can definitely get double hit on the rescues. If you have to use your pig to make the rescue, you're not going to have a pig after the rescue. We're going to see a very similar spawn here from the survivors again, spawning in the double corners, probably to just promote Cypher Rush and just have people immediately spawn the Cyphers. Darkwoods is that kind of map where 2 Cyphers can spawn next to the big house in the bottom left, so that's nice. And then a lot of Cyphers tend to spawn in the top right corners. So, and then in the meantime, almost nothing spawns on the left side of the map. It's very weird. It's very weird the way the Cypher layout is. But anyway, we're going to be seeing Flywheel Tide Turner on the wildling here to ensure that the double down doesn't happen. I think that's pretty smart in this situation, because it's going to be kind of hard on an open map like Darkwoods not to have to use your pig from far. We also are going to see Sui Enchantress, Tide Puppet, and Borrowed Time. So a lot of two borrowed times here. One of them, of course, not being on the wildling. Usually you see it on the rescuer, and the rescuer is just such a solid backbone, but maybe relying on the pig instead here. Gonna try not to have to run the borrowed time. It's always risky. I'm not a fan of no borrowed time wildling. I think people greatly overestimate wildling's pig. Every single time you use that pig, it drains the duration of the next pig until it gets to the point where you really need that borrowed time to bail you out. Anyway, Queen Bee is going to go straight after the puppet here, who spawned in the corner. The thing is, it's not so simple as the hunter here. Oh, Clover just gonna run right into the hunter, not even gonna go back up. Gonna just give the B value here. I thought he would at least run up. But yeah, the idea of spawning this corner is that the hunter has to vault to you, but you save your vault. So pretty clever right here. Gonna use this pal. This pal's not too great. Dong Schwinn missing a shot right here. Barely not gonna hit it. And we're finally gonna see the first puppet here. Not bad, considering that he got 2 shots out without having to use his puppet at all. The only problem is that Queen Bee's still gaining from this puppeteer being inside of his puppet. Right here, we're gonna see the Lancers use the ability here. Not really sure why, to be completely honest. Don't know what it does there, since he's anyway gonna have to use his puppet. He's now running Flywheel to cancel the damage. But anyway, gonna go now to this 3 powder area right here. Okay, right here, Dong Schwinn slightly mistiming the shot here. So Wolves right here, Wolves Clover barely managing to avoid the damage because the puppet stayed alive for that extra 1 second. Getting rid of this really key pout in the middle, and now it's going to be difficult here for him to kite any longer, but the wildling is ready to support, ready to save him. Can he avoid it? Oh, he does avoid the dash. The wildling barely misses there. I wonder if he didn't even go in the right direction, but I wonder if he went in the right direction, would he have at least made it? So right there, Dong Schwinn right there purposely shot the wildling to try to put him in a hit animation, and that hit animation prevents using any abilities, including the push of the pig. But you can cancel it as wildling. So he probably did that. Wolves MHX right here probably did that. But he just went in the wrong direction when he readjusted himself. Right here, he's gonna get double hit though. And the Lanterness ability came in to delay the damage, but it just wasn't enough. It was not good enough. And right here, we're gonna see Enchantress have to go in for the rescue here. I mean, this can happen to literally anyone. Maybe for Softsters, the one survivor that it might not happen to, but this situation of like guessing when a swing is going to happen and when a shot is going to happen could happen to literally anyone. He did a good job approaching the chair. At that point, it's just like anyone's guess as to what's going to happen. But right here, Puppeteer is going to have to do a rebound here. After half rescue here, it's making Wolves 3 kill here look not so good compared to what Dong Schwinn here has on the table. After half rescue and a stuff, the only downside is that he didn't manage to put this wildling on a chair and build off of that. He is going to manage to run away and get on a new pig. That is what makes wildling strong, is that he has this infinite ability here. So it's not so simple. It's just baiting out in a building, coming back later. No matter what, it's gonna last at minimum 25 seconds. Right here, Dong Xuan, man, we're seeing so many of these like body block moves from Dong Xuan. He's really taking advantage of it. Don't forget about that, guys. We saw the Hunter do it one time on the against right here's ZQ, FPX.ZQ. But now we're seeing Dong Xuan playing. Dong Xuan is always taking advantage of it. So definitely make sure you're grabbing that value. And now Dong Xuan gonna try not to miss. Oh, he didn't have the energy to shoot there. I'm not sure there. I wasn't looking at the bottom. Man, it's so hard to look up and down and up and down, up and down. Either case there, he's just gonna get the hit off anyway. Enchantress though, gonna have 5 stacks here. She could totally rebound here. Ooh, I thought that was a basement for a second, but no, he's just chairing in the middle of the map so that way he can take control of the middle cipher, and that's going to be very important right here. He's going to stop this, maybe going to leave himself open for a potential abnormal here. I don't think there's anything wrong abnormaling here, honestly. He's ahead. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Read him like a book. I mean, that was pretty predictable, but it was his best move right there for sure. When you're this ahead as Hunter, cement your lead. Make it so that the stars cannot ever pop these Cypher machines. As long as this down doesn't take a while, which honestly, Dong Xuan might change targets here because Enchanter's going to take a while to kill here, and he is going to do it. I mean, Lancer's has to flywheel this now. She has no choice. Otherwise, she's going to go down, and there we go. She does. So Dong Xuan gonna take the value out of it, takes the flywheel out of the equation. Now the question is, can he kill her though? It's not gonna be easy. Taking a chip hit on the wildling, that just canceled the pig. He canceled the pig. He purposely did not shoot immediately, expecting the wildling to expect him to shoot and try to immediately cancel the hit animation so he can get on his pig. But right there, the opposite happened. He delayed the shot. He didn't shoot immediately. So Wolves wilding right here thought he did shoot, tried to cancel the animation by standing in place and then running. That's how you animation cancel. You have to stand in place and then run again. And that's what he did, and he just immediately got on the pig, didn't think much of it, hoped that he would shoot, and Dong Xuan, reading him like a book right there, did not shoot immediately, and as a result, allowed him to just shoot immediately afterwards. Gonna cause him to go down here. A very long explanation, but finally we're gonna see the Enchantress get on the rescue here. Wildling does get his pig back, but Dong Xuan has been reading this Wildling like a book, proving to the audience why he's still seriously one of the best hunters out there in the world. Gonna have to choose to go after someone here. The Lanterness ability, by the way, was really good there because if he shot, then she's just gonna flywheel afterwards, since you can't flywheel inside a vault. Right here, nice try with the flywheel, try to surprise him, but Dong Xuan reading her like a book. So many moments where the hunter is just completely reading these survivors, predicting their movements. Again, waiting for a second there to see if she flywheels. She does, and then he shoots her. And just being a step ahead as hunter is being such a powerful tool for Dong Xuan here. They just need one more cipher, but it's not much. It's really not much. Wildling does have his pig up in 3 seconds. Is it going to be enough? I don't think so. Oh no, but he uses the flywheel now. That's gonna, nope, it still wasn't enough. Just the animation's too long, the vault was too long, and he's gonna go down as a result. Constantly putting pressure on this middle cipher. Doing middle is one of your last ciphers. Super rough there. Enchantress runs into the shot here, and this is looking so difficult now. And yeah, that's basically a guaranteed hit. This is looking very difficult here for not for Dong Xuan, definitely not for him. It's looking very good for him. Very difficult for the survivors. I mean, they could have tied this. We've definitely seen hunters be in better spots than this, and the survivors still tie. But I have to give it to Dong Xuan here. He's been doing such a good job this game with reading them, with the double down. Of course, the double down you can say is a little bit lucky on the wildling right there, prevented stuffing the rescue and getting after a half. That was really like the domino effect that started us all. But you gotta admit that even after that, he did such a good job right here, predicting the movements. His shots were on point. The game sense of abnormaling this cipher right as I was like, hey, he should abnormal this. He's very ahead. The stars are not going to be able to catch up. I mean, for me, it's very easy to see they don't have another cipher, but I mean, just let's be real here, guys. Having control of the middle as hunter is one of your best aspects. So not allowing them to pop it is very important. So of course, that's almost like a no-brainer thing to do right there. He does it. There's so many things right here. A lot of mind games here on Dong Xuan's part as well. Reading that wildling right there. Thinking, like expecting the animation cancel. Expecting him to try to animation cancel the shot. Thinking that thinking that Dongshun is going to shoot immediately here. Dongshun's like, nope, I'm not going to shoot. I'm going to bait you to think I am going to shoot, right? So then he's like, okay, well, I'm going to try to animation cancel. So I'm going to expect him to shoot. Then I'm going to cancel it. And then I'm going to get on the pig. And it just didn't happen. By the way, Dongshun barely not finding this Enchantress. Not the Enchantress. The Lanterness right here. Trying to use the beast to his advantage. I'm sure he's trying to hug like the edges, checking the edges, going around the edges, trying to see where these bees go. There we go. The bees finally trigger and catch someone. And that someone is going to be the Lanterness. Enchantress, seeing that her teammate is getting chased now, decides to pick herself up, feeling that there's no other choice to really make here. Really good movement from the Lanterness right here. But, oh, wow, really annoying here. You almost really could just spam your abilities, but right here, finally going to go down. This is what I mentioned earlier. Dongshun taking right advantage of it. Queen Bee able to shoot right over the ropes. And there's not exactly a whole lot that the survivor can do about it. He is going to chair right here. Does he see her shadow? I think he saw her shadow right there. I'm pretty sure you could see her shadow from that position. As long as he was looking to the left, he should have seen it. And he does figure out that she's here. And that's going to be it for the survivors. The only way they could maybe mount a comeback is if this Enchantress uses her triple stack to get to the chair. Right here, again, waiting for the flywheel. Nothing comes out. Then he shoots, right? She could get lucky, hypothetically. But right there, she chooses not to use it. Gonna shoot here. Uses the flywheel. Very scary. That almost hit right there. Oh, hit the chair. No, it doesn't hit the chair. Very close to hitting the chair, though. And it's gonna knock down this Enchantress one more time. She's very close to bleeding out. This is getting very scary for Dong X right here. He needs to catch up to this Lanterness here as soon as possible. Wow, using the full presence here is insane. Like, only 17 energies on that full presence, and you saw how much distance it gave him. Insane. Incredible work. We're going to see the same thing here with the Hunter choosing not to break this pallet, trying to hit him with the shots. It is not easy. The fact that he's able to line up these angles regardless, though, is very good work. Very impressive. Seeing if the survivors are going to be patient. If they're going to be patient, punish them for it. By the way, this is getting, again, Enchantress almost split out here, getting very dangerously close to surviving endgame here. And Dongshun, I have to give it to him. The mind games that he did on that wildling when he chased him had a lot of options there, making sure chairing that Enchantress was really good there, but then choosing not to take her down, not to go after her. Very interesting move there. Instead, choosing to get the flywheel out of the Lancers, then going right back to Enchantress. Honestly, I'm not even sure why Enchantress was still on middle, but because Enchantress was still on middle after that first rescue, now gives him the ability of like, okay, well now I can go after wildling, right? Because if he chases the Enchantress, you're going to give a lot of value to the Enchantress, similar to what we saw with First Officer, where it's like, okay, you don't want to chase a First Officer during the whole watch duration because you're giving too much value, you're giving too much decode time for literally no reason. That's why we see a lot of people avoid the pocket watch. But the same can be said for Enchantress here, avoiding the stun here, sees someone else, sees the opportunity, goes after him, but a lot of hunters would have brainlessly just shot there, being like, oh, the animation of him getting hit is going to prevent him from using the pig, right? And that is true. That is true. That would prevent him from using the pig if a survivor who's not aware about how the hit animation works, right? They would try to spam their pig button and try to get on the pig, and they wouldn't be successful doing it because the animation the animation is preventing them from doing that. By the time they finally will be able to, already getting basically by the Queen Bee. All right, so the wildling was smart. The wildling was like, okay, I'm gonna use this animation cancel trick where if you stop running and then run again, any animation during the hit will allow you to use whatever ability you want. That's why when you get hit and you try to use your perfume and it says, can I use this ability? That's because the game is preventing you from wasting your perfume at that point, because you're already getting hit. So the game is trying to be nice to you and be like, oh, okay, you can't use your ability anymore because you're anyway getting hit. And that's supposed to be like a good thing. But against wildling right there, it's like a bad thing for him to be stuck in the animation, because he needs to immediately get on that pig after the chip hit. So that's why he wanted to animation cancel, because he needs to immediately get on the pig. But Dongshun, knowing that the wildling knows that, is going to be like, wait a second, he's going to try to animation cancel me. I'm not going to shoot immediately. Because if I shoot immediately, he's just going to cancel the animation. He's going to get on his pig. I'm just going to get a chip hit out of it. So instead, I'm going to expect him to think that I'm going to do that, right? The wildling falls right into it, And then Dongxuan shoots the shot, and the Wildling wasn't expecting it then he tries to animation cancel then, but it's too late because Dongxuan waited towards the end of his animation, so then he's able to swing even quicker. So even if he does another perfect animation cancel at that point, it's too late, let alone the surprise factor of it probably made him not even able to do it in the first place quick enough. So and then of course the flywheel bay, it's a lot easier to understand the flywheel bay right there on the Enchantress, just not getting out of the bees immediately. But I mean, that was a really good move right there from Dongxuan right there on that Wildling. Really going to show why he is still such a good hunter to this day. Yeah, we're gonna see. Honestly, this could have been a different game had that Wildling hit that push. Could have been very different. And yet, just able to get the damage here. The Enchantress was stuck in such a bad area that she wasn't even able to go anywhere better, and it was just like free damage for Dongxuan all around. That's what led to the chair on the Enchantress. That's what then led to forcing the flywheel out of the Lancers, then hitting the Wildling. There was just constant chairs, and no one could kite Dongxuan out, and that is just what led to the 4-man in this situation. Very strong start from FPX.ZQ right here. Very impressive work. Usually just a 3-man is like, oh, that's really cool. They got a 3 kill, so now they should be ahead, right? And then Dongxuan he 1-ups them and just doesn't just get a 3 kill. Freaking gets a 4 kill on top of that. And if he just did one thing differently there, did one less mind game right there, that honestly could have been the difference between the survivors not popping the ciphers and now popping the ciphers and getting at least a 1 escape out. It's literally down to that at least one difference in mind game right there, and that was just a difference maker right there. That was just a huge difference maker to be seen. Every single one really mattered there, guaranteeing the knockdowns here with his mind games. Really good work from Dongxuan. Like I said, other hunters are just as ahead or arguably even more ahead than Dongxuan was, and they will still end up with a tie or only a 3 kill right there. But right here, being able to take very good advantage and has a strong understanding of the game, of course, knowing about the animations and the cancellations and the tech involved, using it to his advantage and like mind gaming the survivors as a result, predicting their prediction, in other words. So really good work there from him. In the meantime, though, we are going to be going on round 2 right here. Dongxuan, again, bringing home the round lead for his team. So, right here, we're going to need to see Wolves either get a overall tie and match the score. Whatever score they get right here, ZQ gets right here in round 2. So, let's say if they like get 3 escapes out, then Wolves would have to match that. Otherwise they're just gonna lose, because it's gonna be down to 2 rounds. If you win in 2 rounds, then that's it. The game is a best of 3, so if you just get a better result 2 out of the 3 rounds, including the first 2 rounds, then you just don't even play the 3rd round. They're just gonna be out from the very beginning, or not from the very beginning, but very early on. Not even gonna be able to get to see that round 3. So this does mean that they have to play a little bit safer, need to ensure that they get to that round 3, might have to use more of their stronger options here to try to make sure that they even get there and not just get eliminated on the spot right here. Because if they mess up one more time, it's going to be over for them. And Dongxuan is not messing around over here, so we'll see here. In the meantime, though, we are going to be waiting for the next match to start. You can also see the coach here advising the hunters. The survivors have a coach as well. They basically speak with their team about what they predict their opponent to go here and think about the best option to counter pick them. It's a little bit of mind games if you really think about it. Like, oh, I need to pre-lock a character before Dongxuan wants to ban it, right? That's kind of the idea here. Before my hunter can ban it, let's pick him up before it's too late. Because if you don't, right, if you want to pick Gravekeeper and you don't pick Gravekeeper in the first 2 rounds, and let's say you really need Gravekeeper on your team, maybe under some godforsaken reason, let's say your rescuer can only play Gravekeeper, right? And you don't pick Gravekeeper as your first 2 picks, Dongxuan could just ban Gravekeeper after that and just throw a wrench in your plan. You were trusting that you could pick Gravekeeper, and then it's banned. So the order of your picks really does matter here. If there's a survivor that is irreplaceable to you, you need to pick him up as soon as possible. Alright, and Dongxuan again is thinking of the same thing. When Dongxuan looks at his bans, he's like, what do the survivors want to pick next? Based off my bans, what are they thinking I might play, and what are they wanting to play as a result of that? Then trying to counteract that thinking and ban that thing that they were gonna ban based off his bans. Does that make any sense? Long story short, there's a lot of thinking that goes on here in the ban selection phase. Just the ban pick phase, there's a lot of thinking here, and I cannot thank the coaches enough for the work they do and just thinking it out and just doing the research of what each team plays, what kind of strategies do they like. Do they like doing support strategies? Are they just really good kiters and just choose to let each other do their own thing? Do they do crazy strats like maybe embalm or dungeon escapes on the with the coffin? Do they do other things like maybe priestess coordination across the map? Like, there's so many unique ways to support in this game, and each survivor does it so much differently, but does the same results, slowing down the hunter's pursuit. And the hunter has to be familiar with all the ways and all the signs of like what is the start of it looking like, right? If you see the signs of priestess support happening, you gotta stop it at the root before it gets out of control, right? But every support looks a little bit different. Something like Archer could be as simple as just running past your Cypher and now you're getting shot for it. But we'll see here. We are going to be seeing Moonlit round 2 right here, and gonna be going Patient here. I was about to say very dangerous when there's no Goatman ban, but never mind, they did ban Goatman. So Patient is one of the more popular survivors being used right now. Very, very underutilized, I will say, in previous years, and that was rightfully so, because after Clerk kind of fell out of the meta, with the start of Opera Serum coming in, we saw less and less Clerk, and with Opera Serum coming into the meta, you know, of course, Opera Serum just being a better hunter than Clerk, we see a lot of Opera, right? If you see a lot of Opera and movement speed hunters, then Patient is going to be very bad against that, right? And then, I mean, that was the last time Patient was good. That's why I mentioned it. Back when Clerk was meta, that was the last time we saw Patient be good. And after that, Patient fell off because the devs released Shadow, the devs released Opera Singer, they released Goman, which is by far the biggest counter to Patient, and so he just kind of died off. But now the devs have nerfed the hunters quite a bit since then, and on top of that have added a lot of buffs for Patient. It took many buffs over the years, but now he's gotten to a point where his hook is near instant the moment he uses it. It's crazy for me to think that when he shot his hook, there was just 1 second of him just standing still, and even after he launched himself towards the wall, it was sluggish. He grabbed onto the wall, then the animation to push off the wall was quite slow. It was rough for Patient lovers out there for many years, but now happy to see that Patient is back in the meta and gonna be utilized here on a map like Moonlit, one of his strongest. But then we're just gonna see Dream Witch in response. It's crazy to me that to this day we still see Dream Witch. Dream Witch is like this unheard of hunter that no one talks about, no one recognizes, no one bans, and no one plays. But she is still one of the best hunters in the game, and because no one talks about her, no one complains about her, because of the fact that no one plays her, the devs don't nerf Dream Witch, even though Dream Witch is seriously one of the best hunters in the game. I swear, man, every single time they nerf Dream Witch is such a stupid nerf too. Like, it's such a useless nerf. It took a lot of nerfs to Dream Witch to finally get her off her throne and not be like such a popular, easy to play hunter. Of course, not easy by any means. She was never easy to play, but nowadays it's become a lot harder because of the fact that you de-leech so quick nowadays. Back then it was like an extra 15 seconds to de-leech, and that if you were rusty with Dream Witch, if you were a little bit clumsy with your movement and not very quick on moving those leeches around, it's fine because you had an extra 15 seconds back then. Now you don't afford it. You cannot afford it. You don't move your leeches immediately and they're already gone. So playing Dream Witch perfectly is absolutely critical to a Dream Witch player's survival here in competitive tournaments. And I know that Dongxuan can do it. He is very good with Dream Witch for good reason, able to multitask all while at the same time reading the survivors like books, like we saw last game. Of course, Queen Bee, to be fair, is less focus intensive than something like Dream Witch, but still nonetheless, if there's one guy who can do it, he can definitely do it. Let's see if he can do it, because my goodness, Dream Witch is such an annoying pick against Patient too. Patient is so much weaker against Dream Witch because of the fact that the followers just follow you so quickly. I'm curious if he's gonna go after the Patient here. Is he just gonna like pass by, bait the survivor off their Cypher? Looks like no. And he's gonna summon the leech away from the meteorologist here, so it immediately starts following her, not putting it in front of her because there's no way it's gonna catch up and stop her from these spells. So just gonna give up on that and just force it early. Watching to see her next move here. She's gonna slow down one leech, then blow away the other leech. Now this leech lost control and it's not gonna automatically follow her. So Dongxuan again gonna send it away so it automatically follows. And while that's happening, gonna patroller her. And during this patroller, that leech is going to come back, and she is utterly cornered right here. Going to choose not to use the leech, because if she does, she's going to make it disappear. So uses the other one. And just very clean gameplay right here from Dong right here. Unfortunately, throwing the leech into the wagon right there. And not going to get him to immediately follow the psychologist. Not the psychologist, the meteorologist here. She actually is going to be able to use the roller coaster here if she wants to. No, she's going to opt not to use it. Ooh, this leech is just... This is not good. This leech is constantly getting stuck on things. Having a hard time finally killing this meteorologist over here. Now taking advantage of the first stop here with the bottle. Going over the roller coaster here to get a little bit of a shortcut. But this is not easy. Dongxuan is having a hard time trying to corner her. And these cloud bottles are gonna bail her out every time. She made the wrong cloud. Does she realize that she made the wrong cloud? Okay, she was about to use a rain cloud right there. She needs to use this cloud right here. There we go. And my goodness, this is just... What a great kite from Clover right here. This is easily a 3-cypher kite here. When was the last time we saw a 3-cypher kite in IVL? Amazing kite from right here from Lemon here. It's going... Not Lemon, Clover. Going to... show Dongxuan who's boss after that last game. Impressive work here. Cypher decode is still ongoing. Having a hard time catching her here. Swinging there for no reason. Losing out on his hunt. Taking down the pallet. Finally cornering her. And... Oh no! He's still not gonna knock her down! The kite is still going. Okay, and there we go. Finally does go down. Cornered at that point. She doesn't have borrowed time. So this is not going to be the easiest place to bail her out of. Even though she did do a 3-cypher kite, it's not going to be that easy to bail her out. I mean, now at this point, Dongxuan is relying on stopping at least one cypher here. Doing his part right here. Chairing in a way where the leech will still be close enough to the rocket chair. But guys, this is 1000 presence Dream Witch. Meaning that at this point of the game, he still doesn't have that maximum reach. With the full presence, Patient hooking away, you can see just how fast he hooks away. It is insane. It's basically like an elbow pad nowadays. Add no decode debuff too. Only downside is that Patient can't decode now. Meteorologist really has nowhere to run. Ooh, that was close. Was it after half? I wasn't paying attention there. Yeah, so Meteorologist doesn't really have anywhere to run here. No matter where she runs, Dongxuan is always going to be able to bring her back to the cherry. Ooh, tries to get a hit here. Now gets the hit here. Has to commit the blink to do it though. Going to use his own blink on the main body to catch up as soon as possible so that he can leech her right here. Does end up leeching her. And you guys can see now this leech is leaving because of the full presence. And my goodness, he can't even leave the leech by the cypher and set it up again. He can't even pick up and reset up the leech because he has to bring it here because of the harass. This is like the old forward strats. This is like why forward was so good back then, because it would force the Dream Witch to bring a leech back onto the survivor. And Dongxuan recognizing it is like, you know what? There's nothing I can do at this point. I'm just going to take her to basement and hope for the best at this point, because this is the best bet they have at this point. And I mean, a smart move nonetheless, but he's kind of working with pebbles out here. He doesn't have much to work with to begin with. The survivors are just going to pop knowing that the meteorologist has no borrowed time, just going to take what they have right now. But Dongxuan's going to move his leech, do his best to stop this exit gate. And the archer is going to be getting chased right here. A leech on the chair, a leech on the archer. I mean, dungeon is here. Dungeon is here. Dongxuan has to play around the dungeon. If he doesn't play around the dungeon, he could be looking at some trouble. Is he going to at least check? No, he's not even going to check to see if it's there. He might be taking like mental notes about where the dungeon is. That it wasn't at God Corner. It wasn't at slide, it wasn't at bridge. It's either here or at tent, and it is here. And he's gonna knock her away. He's gonna knock her away. She didn't stand close enough to the corner, and Dong Xuan saving himself. A loss right here. A loss that was this close to becoming a loss, and my goodness, did the meteorologist just completely outplay the cornering strats that DreamWorks relying on the fact that you corner the survivor in one spot right there and then try to sandwich them together. You can't do that against meteorologists. And if you try to follow normally, you can't, because there's a big roller coaster in the way, completely screwing up his entire game plan there. I feel like we would need to reanalyze the kite there bit by bit, but I think things started falling apart there after the first hit, getting his leech stuck there, then the leech once again not following him. There was a lot of slowdown happening on that leech after the first hit, and that as a result allowed the meteorologist to save onto her bottles a lot longer, her flywheel a lot longer. There was no sandwiching going on for a while. By the time he finally let it happen, it's too late. The bottle's already ongoing, already happening. And Dong Xuan, of course, I think he did try to like cover both sides of it, but the leash just wasn't close enough to first stop. It wasn't close enough. He had it at broken carousel, then he had it like at the second stop cipher where it normally would spawn, but neither of those locations are going to stop her from going across first stop right there and just loop the place over and over and over again. So really impressive work right there from Clover. Look at that. It says a 90-second kite here, but that's because it's not counting the time where Dong Xuan switches off of the leash. That is easily like at least a 120-second kite, because it takes 90 seconds of kite time just to do a cipher. And we saw a cipher go all the way up to 50 there by the time she finally went down. So that is easily a very long kite there, at least a 2-minute long kite there. Incredible work there from Clover there, making sure to use his clouds very well there, slowing down the hunter's pursuit. Very smart use. And yeah, that's going to mean that as a result, ZQ here is not going to gain any advantage here. So now it's going to be up to the Wolves Hunter to tie this match out. It's not so bad tying it out. Tying against Dong Xuan is incredibly incredible. Real great vocabulary there, Psyche. But yeah, it is incredibly impressive, I should say, being able to do that. So now that the Stars have done their part, we'll see if the hunter can match Dong Xuan's result right here. Keep in mind that he was about to lose it. He taking advantage of the fact that you can push the hunter away from the wall right there. Instead of knocking her into the wall, she would crawl out. So making sure to push her away from the wall right there. I wonder if she stood a little bit closer to the bench, would she have still been knocked against the wall? Because she was purposely trying to stay next to the wall so that Dong Xuan couldn't knock her away from it. So I wonder if she could have stood a little bit closer to it. But either way, he's going to push her away from it. That's going to deny the dungeon escape, relying on the fact that the wall is there, so you can rely on it and make sure you don't get pushed away from dungeon. But right there, Dong Xuan was already ready for it. He was already ready for it, pushed her away from the dungeon and making sure he at least gets that tie. It was absolutely brutal there to watch for sure, but at the very least, he does manage to get the tie in the end. You know, was it a pretty result there? Was it a pretty game? By no means was it a pretty game, but at the end of the day, it's going to be the result that they walk away with that's going to matter the most. And you know what? I think his Survivor teammates are more than thankful that he even managed to tie that. The fact that Archer was this close on top of the dungeon, mere milliseconds away from escaping, I think they'll easily take that. I mean, it could have been so much worse. It could have been so much worse there. They could have had a 3 escape right back at them. And that would have been immensely hard to win the round after that. Just because of the fact that 3 escapes for Survivor side nowadays is almost unheard of. So the fact they got that close. Dongshuan, of course, using his skills to make sure he doesn't let that happen. But yikes. I think they're happy to take this tie no matter what. Given how bad the situation was. Why did Archer flywheel so early? Scared of Blink? That could be a good point. Scared of Blink could be an answer there. Yeah, she did flywheel pretty early. That is a good point. By the way, I'm gonna read the chat here. If you guys are wondering where Miki went, he just had to go for the night. He couldn't afford to be loud here. Goth Miki? Bro, oh, it's Gray. It's Gray. I recognize your profile picture. Needs more thief, yeah. Welcome, Oka. Welcome, Creamy Michi from the very start of the stream, like 2.5 hours ago now. Oh, no, 3.5 hours ago now. Hi, when is MRC? No clue. No clue. I didn't see the matchup for this weekend. I don't know how to. I should ask Dreamer how he gets the matchup list. Salmon or goldfish? Salmon is way better than goldfish. Yeah, definitely Gray. 100% Gray at that point. Yeah, Seer and Priestess feels like such an OG combo. Seeing that from the beginning really brought back memories. Oh, sorry, they're picking already. Patient, by the way, again, we're going to see another Patient here. And of course, they're going to ban Goman if they're going to go Patient. How can you not go Patient on a map like Moonlit? It's such a no-brainer, such a good survivor. No decode penalty, and he's so good. He could be so good on regardless of what the map is. He's basically got elbow pads without the decode penalty. I almost wonder if like I should just ditch Mercenary, just play Patient as my main rescuer at this point, because holy, I mean, like, he really is extremely good. I have been playing Patient as like my main rescuer, right? Not going Grave, not going Mercenary. I still think Gravekeeper is better, but Patient, you can't sleep on the Patient. Give me 1 second, guys. I think the music needs to be reset, but yeah, extremely good survivor. I think a lot of people are still sleeping on him. I'm glad a lot of people are using him and picking up on it, but still, I don't see enough people use Patient. He's extremely good. Also, the Psychologist combo. Patient getting his buffs, Psychologist getting a buffs. It's so funny because there's never really been a meta where Patient and Psychologist are used on the same team. Especially because back then, like when the meta was Clerk, you don't want to go Psychologist into Clerk. You rather go Patient. Now though, both of them have like speed boosting abilities. Like Psychologist has multiple hits, can help out the team, heal up a harasser, or not just that, but also speed up herself, right? Similar to Patient, not as good, but definitely still viable. And definitely could help her cross open areas where Opera cannot dash, speaking of which. And Patient, with his mobility of the hook nowadays, he can still do such a good job against Opera. You know, that was back when Opera moved so fast between Shadow Realm to Shadow Realm. The only real survivor here who's going to struggle is going to be Escapologist here. So I'm not going to be surprised if he chases the Escapologist first. It's going to require mind games to consistently kill this Escapologist. So whether he's going to be doing it is going to be a big if. Keep in mind here, for FPX.ZQ to win in round 2, they need at least a 3 escape. If they tie this round, we're going to see a round 3, which is still going to be fine because this is a huge point lead right here for ZQ. Well, not a huge, but they have quite a bit of a point lead right now, 3-point lead right now. And so that's more than a 3-man. That's more than a 3-man. 2 3-mans is still less than 1 4-man. Is what the math works out to be. Opportunity are going to choose to spawn at the broken carousel area. Has the option to choose between Archer and Psychologist right here. He might just run to Escapologist here as well. I wonder if he might do that. He might get rotated though. A long distance like that, Escapologist might rotate him. Hard to say for sure. Explorer is the best survivor. Explorer Curtis here. Welcome. Hard beating lore. Yeah, matchups are in the description below, by the way, guys. I always leave the matchups, so if you're ever wondering what team we're facing against today, or watching, I should say, I always put it in the description below. Escapal just gonna have the Sui build. They're worried about his survival, so gave him the broken windows. Archer also gonna have no borrow time. Just gonna be patient. I think Psychologist had borrow time, but yeah, gonna rely on their main two people they want to keep alive is the Archer, the Harasser, who can help out her teammates, and the Escapologist, of course, can be pretty weak against Opera Singer, so it's a good thing they put no borrow time on him in this situation. Right here, gonna be going into the second half of round 2. Choi already chasing the first survivor, very quick on it. Of course, we're gonna rely on the hit boost here to get straight to working carousel. This is a very typical strategy as survivor, and leading the hunter behind the working carousel too, or not the working carousel, the first stop I meant, is going to be very important here. So it just takes longer to go to the second stop. And roller coaster, man, what a classic in this game to this day. Still using the exact same strategies when it comes to the roller coaster, man. That is cheesy, but you do have to remember that comes at the cost of decoding, because someone had to hit that button, and on top of that, no one's working on bridge. So that's just one person that was not decoding there for a long time. Psychologist is finally going to start getting chased, but during that time, there were still 2 other people that were getting chased the whole time, man. Take a good look at this kiting area next to working carousel, guys, because that just got changed. No more is going to be that double window area anymore. Now it's going to be 1 window and and double pal, which honestly was way better. That is honestly way better. But yeah, we're going to see Choi here get the second hit here. Definitely taking his time on this kill, though. He can only go so fast. On top of that, this area is very annoying. There's only so much you can do here. Psychologist going to choose to save her ability, I think. Did she use her secondary ability yet? I wasn't sure. I don't think she did. I don't think she did, but I'm not sure if it would show up in the top right here. Would it show up in the top right? I don't know if it would or not. Escapal just gonna move her chair here, preferably in a spot that's more in the middle so he can't corner the rescuer as easily. And yeah, we're gonna see the patient here just hook right through on the inside. Patient also gets 50% faster rescue speed. Withering effect gonna slow down the rescue immensely. Look at the fast recovery speed plus withering effect coming into effect right here. And right here, we're gonna see Psychologist just purposely run into the hunter here to force him to make a choice. Go after the patient or go after her. So good thinking right there, making sure not to run together, because otherwise you would definitely have taken that hit on that patient. You definitely would take it. Right here, trying to body block him, trying to make sure this Psychologist doesn't get further from the chair. And gonna finally chair her. There's still 2 ciphers only done, but the third one is gonna be nearly done soon. Patient just needs to work on another cipher here. We're gonna see Escapologist use a very interesting fog here. Right here, he sees the footprints here, so he's just gonna follow in. Ooh, the fog right there preventing use of the 1000 presence here because it blocked off the 1000 presence. It blocks projectiles for those who don't know. It doesn't just block visibility, it also blocks projectile from hunters, including the 1000 presence cloak. Right here, Escapal is gonna get the rescue off successfully using the fog to help him make that rescue. And now the scout is going to go down. We're going to see Archer support, it looks like. But can the Archer actually make it without being in danger? Doesn't look like it. That's a hit using the crossbow and doesn't get anything out of it. The most she can do is, I guess, just get an extra stun out. Oh, but why did Choi just dash right there? He just dashed for no reason right there. It's going to cost him his cooldown. It's going to take him longer to reach the survivor. And there we go. Oh, okay. I thought he missed there for a second. You know, had he not used his, oh, missing another dash here. Every second is really counting right now. Had he not used his clone right here, he would honestly just be able to set up a clone right next to Psychologist. I almost wonder if it would have been smarter to wait for the clone cooldown to come off, then create one, and then blink over, right? So then he could just clone back on the Psychologist. Would have saved a lot of time. I mean, of course, you have to waste time waiting there for it, but I think it would have been less time than walking around. Right, just waiting out the 7 seconds on the cooldown would have been nice. And now as a result, before he can even get this chair off, the survivors are going to pop the last Cypher machine, and Choi now has to make a choice. Does he camp, or does he go after the survivor here in the corner? He's going to choose to go after him in the corner, leaving the chair unoccupied, but the survivor's just doing the exit game, just going to take this safe tie. Doesn't mean that Choi might not go check on this on this chair, I mean, but oh, right here, he's just going to pick up immediately, knock him down, trust that no one is rescuing. I mean, that's the downside of Moonlit, is that these choke points make it very hard to quickly get to a rocket chair. You have to cross the bridges first, go around the river, and by the time you make there, Choi has already killed the escapologist, and just like that, he does manage to get I believe, a better result. Is it a better result? Yes, he does get a better result than Dong Schwinn right here, because Dong Schwinn got a 2 kill right here, and he gets a 3 kill on the other hand. So just like that, Wolves bringing the favor, or bringing the lead, I should say, back in their favor, making sure to win round 2, even though they lost round 1. And so now it's even now. Both teams have won a round, so it's essentially as if nothing happened. Whoever wins this round now is going to be the victor, regardless of the points. So we did see ZQ get a huge point lead, but that's not going to matter if Wolves just get one escape more than ZQ right here, than FPX.ZQ. If we don't see that, then yes, then it will come down to points. Or if FPX.ZQ wins the round, then that's another way to win. But let's say both teams get the same result. Let's say both teams tie the match. Then at that point, it's going to come down to points. And of course, then yes, ZQ got a huge point lead right there with the 4 kill from round 1. In that case, they would win by 1 point. But again, that's if they can actually. Well, no. Let's think about this. Wolves already got a 3 kill in round 1. Choi again getting another 3 kill in round 2. He's been very consistent. Technically, in terms of consistency, Choi has performed better on his hunter side than Dong Schwinn right now. Because Dong Schwinn getting a huge 4 kill right there, but then struggling to even get the person not the recyber kiting him the next game. So definitely in terms of consistency, Choi is getting the points. So if we take a look at the point score right here, you guys can see that because Wolves already got 2 3 kills, they're only going to be down 1 point. Only going to be down 1 point to this 4 kill right here that ZQ pulled out. So really nice stuff here. If they can get one more 3 escape here, they actually would be up in points. So scratch what I said, because of the fact that usually if someone gets a 4 kill, the opposing team only got a tie. So then it's going to take in total 3 wins to catch up, or 1 4 kill, right? But since they already got that 1 3 kill in round 1, when Dong Schwinn got the 4 kill, they only need 2 more to catch up, right? And they just got it. They just got a second one, and now they just need 1 more to catch up. And I mean, they anyway need to win, because they need to win the rounds as well. So it's the points at this point are not going to really matter, but it will matter if both teams get the same result. So if both teams end up tying, and you can see this, what a great play there. Like, again, could she have stood a little bit closer there to the benches? Could she have stood a little bit closer to the corner of the wall and made sure that she got in the escape out? Yeah, that wasn't really quite in the corner. She definitely could have stood closer to the corner. Right there. Could have moved a little bit more over here. And now got perfectly launched. Because if even just this little bit was here blocking her, she might have gotten dungeon out. Because you could see that after he got swung away. Oh no, it's going to do the buffering thing. You could see that after he got swung away. Okay. 1 second. You could see that after he got swung away. If we could see right here, that he was able to move immediately here. Some hunters prevent survivors from crawling. No, you can't see it. Some hunters prevent survivors from crawling for like 2 seconds after a charge attack, but Dream Witch leeches are not one of those hunters. Survivors are able to move immediately after a charge attack. So we're going to see that right here. That Dong Schwinn right here is going to do this charge. Seriously, brother. Gotta love Billy. I swear to God, if it does the same thing, I'm gonna go nuts. Yeah, so she was able to immediately crawl. So had she just been right next to this wall, she might have been able to make it out. Hard to say because the recovery was so fast there. But yeah, I think it would have at least given her a better chance. At least a better chance for sure. So as a result of that, they could have been up a lot more. Could have been up way more, but unfortunately wasn't able to quite do it. Anyway, let's continue reading the chat. Holy boring rotation saving Ivy and Goldman. What's up, Slane? Slane is even here. Or was here, probably not here anymore. It's 4:44 a.m. Is Sprinter playing? No, Sprinter's not playing in this tournament. Sprinter got accepted in MRC, but he's not playing in this tournament. It's too late to change the roster like that. The roster is set before the tournament starts. Alright, so we do have some map picks going on here. Wolves is going to ban the hospital. And ZQ is going to pick Lakeside. Lakeside is becoming a more popular pick nowadays. And we're seeing more and more people be picking Lakeside. I wonder, again, not sure why we see more Lakeside here nowadays than before. I wish I could give an explanation. Part of it, again, I feel like part of it is because of trends, but that's really because I don't have a better explanation to give. If anyone has any idea of like why we see certain maps, I don't know. I always feel that it's because of just comfortability, or like maybe the hunter tells his Survivor team, hey, I want to go this round, and they're like, okay, well, this is the best map for you, then let's go this map for you, right? Maybe they already have a plan on what hunter they're gonna play, because the thing about map picks is it doesn't really matter for the survivors so much. There's a lot less map dependent survivors than hunters, though, I will say. It's a lot more map dependent for hunters, what kind of hunter you go. Survivors can kind of go whatever. Like, yeah, there's better maps for certain survivors, but there's no like bad maps for survivors, right? There's such thing as a bad map for a hunter, like, right? You never want to go wax stars on a map like Hospital. There's so many tall walls blocking your way everywhere, right? That would be a bad map because you just cannot use your ability in a map like that. But then meanwhile, you could play Patient, and like, yeah, Patient is definitely better on a map like Lakeside and Moonlit, where you can hook over these huge areas that the hunter cannot easily cross or has to go around, right? Up small bow, up the ramp of big bow, up first stop, fourth stop, meteorologist, of course, same thing we saw right there. And yes, they are better there, but they get so much, their ability still gets a lot of value on other maps too. It still is really good on Arms Factory. It still is really good on Church. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, Patient Hook is gonna be good anywhere. You just have to take the routes that fit for it. And that's kind of like the thing about survivors, that for survivor at the end of the day, if you have a survivor ability that only is good in certain areas, at the end of the day, you could just take your route there. You know, you're the one who controls where the hunter has to follow you, right? The hunter is always the one having to follow the survivor, so the survivor has final choice on where they can go, as long as they can actually make it before they get hit. Anyway. Pink Rose Black says, hi chat, I wanted to say hi before I go to bed. Have a good night. Argos Ellie says, do you watching these games actually help with game sense? I feel like I'm missing key things. Well, that's why I'm here to explain things. Of course, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if Miki, I don't think Miki catches on to them, because there are gonna be times where I listen and I'm like, man, Miki's like missing a really important detail here. But it's okay, I'll let him talk, and we'll talk about it later. So like, that's why we're here. We're gonna talk about it. It's like a conversational thing where like he picks up on other things, I'll pick up on some other things as well, and like we can actually have like a conversation about it. That's the point of a commentator, especially when I've been playing this game so long. My job is to explain the game sense aspects of the game, so don't worry about whether you understand what's going on. The point of me being here is could be like, hey, the hunter did this really good play, and the reason it's good is because of this exact reason, right? And like there, I could sit here and say, oh, it's good for any reason. Oh, it's good for specifically this reason, and so on and so forth. Or just being like, just something like looking at a survivor lineup and being able to be like, oh yeah, this is good against this hunter. And like, why is it good? Because of this aspect of his ability. Or why is this survivor not good against, like, let's say airplanes against Opera Singer? Why is it not good? Because his ability is too slow compared to how fast Opera Singer travels. Compared to the Patient, compare that to Patient, who is like the same thing as Airplanist, but the distance is much faster, but it's like in one go, right? So something against like Go-Man, where you are working a very small space, a lot of distance in one go is worthless because you don't really have anywhere to go that you want to go very far away, and then Go-Man can just easily react off of that. Whereas Airplanist wants multiple small bursts, and it's a great example of a survivor that is like, okay, Airplanist is great against Go-Man, bad against Opera, Patient, good against Opera, bad against Go-Man. And they're very similar survivors in how you want to play them. They're just free distance kinds of survivors where you just use their ability, you just get extra distance. But because of how one is like one gigantic push, one gigantic hook, and grabbing out an obstacle, versus one is like multiple small bursts that take more time, something like Opera Singer, who's very quick, just catches up to something like that. But something like Go-Man, who cages you in and relies on you staying in one spot, the burst character is going to be better, where like they do multiple small bursts. And I mean, that's just one aspect of the game, right? But anyway, we are going to see Seer Antiquarian banned here. I wonder if he might go something like Hullabaloo here, banning Antiquarian. I mean, Hullabaloo's definitely gets really annoyed by Antiquarian, but then he banned the Doctor, so probably nah. He could still go Hullabaloo though. I mean, they did ban Qist. He might have been thinking about going Qist. After all, that would be a good reason why. No, but he already saw the Qist ban before he banned Doctor. He still banned Doctor anyway because she's such a good survivor, I guess. And Matador, of course, also being a really good brain-dead survivor. I mean, this is round 3, and they had all these really strong survivors still up. He's like, okay, well, let me just ban them since they're not going it as their first 2 picks. And right now, the stars are just selecting their builds, choosing who should have borrow time. Whoever they think is not going to be chased early game, they're going to put borrow time on them. Whoever they're worried about being chased early on, they're going to give Sui on, because they don't expect that survivor to live to the final cipher anyway. So I'd rather take the whatever value they can get with that extra 40 persona points, usually on like flywheel or like a extra Titan or something like that, helping it out in the mid game. So there you go. What's the logic behind this pick right here that Dongshun just did? He sees the mercenary. I'm surprised they went mercenary and not first officer when they're going to ban. It's really interesting. It's really interesting that they banned. I don't know about this. With Opera Singer being on the board, they could have won first officer here. They chose to go mercenary instead. Gravekeeper was used last round and chose to go first officer. First officers, I think, is an overall better pick against more of the hunters you could pick. Is there any hunter? I mean, Dream Witch is out. Dream Witch is like the one hunter who could like play patroller and like bite the first officer and see where he is. I'm surprised they went mercenary here and not first officer. I think first officer would have been better here, especially against Opera, and Opera's like the best hunter he had on his table. It's especially also good against Opera's fine against Psychologist because Psychologist just eats hits like free, man. She doesn't have any real like boosts. And Aeroplanist here, again, just small boosts. Lucky Guy is okay because Lucky Guy can get a pocket watch, but that's why I'm saying, like, why not go first officer here since the pocket watch is so good? It's not just good against Opera, it's good against a lot of hunters regardless. I feel like Mercenary is just a lot weaker nowadays, unfortunately. Has that extra deco penalty just to be slightly weaker. Anyway, gonna be going into the first half of round 3, and we're gonna see how this goes here. I forgot to check the builds, but either case, we're going to see Dongshun right here going right after Small Ball here. There's going to be a very fast chase here, using these obstacles on his path to, as quickly as possible, catch up to the survivor, limiting the amount of time they have to get away from him. Look at that, barely dodging that Shadow Realm, making sure he doesn't touch it, otherwise he will go on cooldown. And right here, Dongshun knows that there's nothing to dash on, so he rather go in and out and swing, and that is actually faster than just going in the Shadow Realm normally. And right here, we're going to see the first hit for Dongshun right here, hitting the Wolf Survivor Psychologist. I think she's going to use her ability immediately here, crossing this huge area, and now Dongshun doesn't have anything to dash on. What a smart use of her ability right here. I just said that it wasn't that great, but it is good if you can find a place where there's nothing to dash on. That's going to put Dongshun so far behind, because the only place he could dash on was like away from the Psychologist. So pretty good right there. But can he get another hit? Not quite. Gonna drop a second peeper, dashing forward, doesn't touch the next Shadow Realm. on a slight cooldown here, so he's not gonna be able to dash for the next 2 seconds. But going back to this window, recognizing that Opera has such a hard time dealing with this window, just gonna force a response here. Ooh, kind of ran into him right here. That wasn't that great here. And just like that, Psychologist is gonna go down here. Could have been a little bit better. She does end up going in basement as well, most likely here. It's just also the closest chair at this point. And yeah, I think the survivors probably are just gonna take this tie. I don't know about this rescue. I feel like it might just be better to just let it go. Just give it away. There's no need to rescue her. They're not going to rebound her. She doesn't have any rebound abilities. Just giving Tinnitus here, I think, is going to be the best move. The only thing is, he's awfully close. Is he going to go for this rescue? Why? He is going to go for this rescue. I'm awfully surprised. Oh, and he's going to get body blocked. Yep. Yeah, not thinking that through right there. No offense, but that was just, yes, this is a huge mistake right here. Of course, nothing against the players, but this is gonna be a huge downfall right here for Wolves. After half, double hit, not even gonna rebound here. I'm not really seeing the potential here. Even trying to get an extra hit on the Mercenary to make him heal slower when he goes down here. I'm not really seeing it here. There is just Psychologist has no rebound abilities. Mercenary is spending at least 2 elbow pads to do this rescue. On top of that, Psychologist is not going to be able to rebound here. They're really depending on the lucky guy here with the surprise elbow pad. Okay, maybe, but Dongxuan didn't fall for it, and that's just going to be a free hit. Using an ability to eat a hit, why not? Okay, well, obviously that's not why he did it, but wow, is he in such a crazy ahead position? Like, I wish I could have said that he did something incredible here at the basement, but he did. To be fair, he did. He lined up his body perfectly, but honestly, regardless of what he does here, I don't think you go for this rescue. You don't get anything. You have to spend a hit. You have to spend 2 elbow pads just for the Psychologist to be after half. Good elbow pad right here from the lucky guy, making sure he doesn't go down here, forcing out the ability, but how does he survive after this? He doesn't. Unless he has flywheel, but he doesn't have flywheel either. And he's just going to go down here, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not like the survivors can't tie, but you cannot be making mistakes like this against such a prominent hunter like this. They're just not going to let this kind of stuff slide. Chairing on the Cypher here as well. And he's just going to fall immensely behind. I don't think he's missed 1 dash either yet. He's not missed a single dash so far. And wow, now Chase. Oh! The commentator curse, but he got the elbow pad out anyway, and that's what he wanted. Maybe getting a hit there would be nice, but you know what? Not bad at all. Right here, we're going to see getting the hit on the rescuer. Very important. I think that's a hit. Yeah. Went for the window, and it just wasn't soon enough. Just going to immediately knock him down right here. And that's right into basement again. Not even going to force him to walk all the way around the long side. Just going right inside the window vault, and unfortunately going to go down right here. At this point, there's no real point going for this rescue. Especially now. as if I didn't say that before, but especially now. Have health. No easy way to get out, and no tide turner to help them get out. I mean, maybe he can like scare this mercenary off. I think he's just going to always warp back here. Put a peeper on it. Double peeper looks like, and just go backwards. Airplanes is going for it. He's got nothing to lose. It's 1 Cypher remaining in a do or die position here, but ooh, he misses the hit. I mean, at least one guy can get out. Can he though? He has to use his jetpack. His jetpack's on a 3, 2, 1. Can he get it? No, he used it. He doesn't get it. And Dongxuan gets the no recovery hit to boot as well. Wow, he is not making a single mistake here. He is giving the survivors literally no breaks out here. Anything he can take, he is capitalizing on it. Not just taking it. Not just taking a hit where he can. He is outright capitalizing on it. And yeah, very good with his dashes right here. Very, very cool. Very calm and collected as well. 110 heart rate. I don't know what is the average heart rate, but it's around the same as the survivors. Of course, the rest of them already died, so they don't have much to be stressed about. And yeah, this is going to be a knockdown on the mercenary. Doesn't have anywhere else to go. He could open this chest, but he actually doesn't even make the chest in time anyway. Gonna knock him down here, why not? And yeah. I mean, such a good door body block from Dong Xuan. Going around the shack, making sure he can't get in. I wonder if after this tournament, maybe the next balance patch is gonna be widening the doors on shack, at least the door on the right. Like, you can't make this door wider with the pallet, but I think they might make this door wider here in the future. Because have you guys heard about Zeta purposefully making sure their survivors are 75% or more bled out in IJL? And then they just both rush the dungeon together. So the moment the hunter knocks one of them down, they instantly die, instantly bleed out to death, because they automatically gain 25% bleed out progress from being knocked down. And then because of that, the dungeon immediately opens up, and then the other survivor escapes. And it was like a checkmate position for the hunter. So now the devs like nerfed that. They got rid of that. And what they did to nerf that is that now when a survivor dies from bleeding out, it takes the same amount of time for the dungeon to open as if they died on a rocket ship. So it takes like that like 6 or 7 seconds to actually get the dungeon to open. And they changed that just because of that match, which was literally just a week ago in a few days. Literally not that long ago, maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago. So I would not be surprised if the devs then see this match and be like, you know what? Why is this in the game for this long? This is absolutely ridiculous that the mercenary goes around and there's just nothing he can do. So, I mean, regardless, I don't agree with that rescue. Something about basements is that with tinnitus and something as powerful as basement, hunters are more tempted to camp. And especially he didn't die in anyone's cipher there. So it's stronger to just give the tinnitus, let it go. Keep everyone's health up, keep everyone's items up, and just pray. Or not pray, but it's going to give you a better shot than trying to rescue a psychologist with no items, relying on the lucky guy to do his part. Lucky elbow pad flare gun. Dong Xuan did not fall for it. Man, he knows everything. He's just ready for everything there. I wasn't ready for it either, honestly. I guess as the commentator here, we can see what abilities he has. I'm focusing on a lot of things. But yeah, with the elbow pad, I guess you could elbow pad and flare gun into him. It's another combo you can do. Not the flashlight flare gun combo, but the elbow pad into the surprise flare gun. Could rebound the psychologist. Psychologist with no cutting abilities on Link side. With the window areas on small bot, I guess she could rebound for quite a bit. But yeah, just like that, now ZQ getting a second 5-man elimination. Even if Wolves get a 5-man here, this is a guaranteed win for ZQ. That's a 14-point to 8-point lead. Even if Wolves get their own 4-man right here, the points are still going to be 14 to 13. Why? Because of the fact that Dong Xuan got that 4-man in round 1. Back-to-back 4-mans right here. Listen. I must say that I don't feel that last match was played that way it should have been. Going for a going for a base and rescue. The problem with that is that you're spending too much resources on that. 2 elbow pads is what he needs. He needs one to go in, another one to go out to avoid the double hit. Now the psychologist is going to get immediately hit, right? You're also going to get hit going inside the basement as the mercenary. So you're spending resources that you're not going to have later, and then wasting your teammates' time having to heal you. That's assuming you didn't go double down. The fact that you got double down just made things way worse. Just way more difficult. Yeah, very difficult situation for sure to be in as the survivors. After that choice was made, not much to do after that, honestly. Just got to sit and watch. Lucky guy did his best, but Dong Xuan knew exactly what was up and stopped it right in his tracks. So yeah, I thought he would just sit there and give tinnitus, because at that point, what can you do? It's dungeon. It's a place where you can get body blocked as well. He's not in a real good position to enter shack without the hunter stopping him with a body block, and the hunter saw him. He tried going in with the hunter seeing him ahead of time. Did not work out. He blocked perfectly. Did a second perfect body block. That's not easy to do, by the way. But still, I have to say, like, even without those body blocks, I just don't see it. I just don't see it. She had no abilities to rebound with. This is not a Matador we're talking about. This is a psychologist who already used all her abilities. All she's gonna do is take her tide and die. And then what? We're gonna do a second rescue on her and then rebound her with a flare gun? Maybe? Against Opera Singer, full presence, no ability. I just don't see it. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing a worthwhile amount of resources being spent on this and making it worthwhile. I just don't. Again, I love the attempt at teamwork here. And don't get me wrong, I have like complained that like, oh, I don't like the ties and there's no teamwork. But the reason it's like that is because of how strong the hunters have become at dealing with that, of just moving around back to back. Like, Opera literally hit the mercenary at the front of Shaq and just instantly dashes to the other side of Shaq. I mean, and then after she hits the mercenary second time, just instantly back down in basement, hitting the psychologist. Like you can't. Like, it's not that survivors are too scared. It's that survivors cannot afford to. They can't afford to go for these rescues because it's not worth it. You can't rebound something like that. Mercenary, it's not worth all those elbow pads. You can't do a regular rescue. You can't do a regular rescue like that without spending a lot of resources, a lot of elbow pads there, like you used to be able to. You used to be able to save more. You don't have as many elbow pads either. Right, on top of that, Psychologist, of course, was very good back then, but now against a hunter like Opera, who just easily catches up from those speed boosts that she gets. Quickly catching up. And then, of course, without any ability to kite with. I mean, I think that was a complete blunder to go for that rescue there, even if it weren't for the body blocks there. I'm not seeing it. Too much health spent. Helping a psychologist who cannot help herself. The only thing you can do in basement is just let her die away. That's the only thing, because there's no rebound. There's no escape from basement. The only escape is tied and running away, and then hopefully something happens on either the pickup or the next rescue. But if they do another rescue, that's going to be even more health they spend, which is just, that's more time wasted not decoding. It made the situation hold very, very difficult. And it was after half anyway, on top of that. Going into the next matchup here, there's no hope for Wolves anymore. They're just going to finish it out because the round has already started. Once it's halfway through, may as well finish it out. But there's going to be a guaranteed win for ZQ regardless of what happens here. They are going to win by exactly 1 point, even if Choai 4-mans here. So right here, we're going to see Prospector, Meteorologist, Doctor, Wildling. Always love to see Doctor. Doctor's one of those survivors that we don't get to see that often. A lot of bans happening against her, so I always hope we get to see like some fun Doctor moments here, some crazy Doctor chain heals. Sometimes we have seen that. We've seen that against the Go Man this tournament, so always an exciting thing to see, like what you can get done with some good support and Doctor heals combined with it. So ours in the meantime, we're gonna pick their builds. Curious to see if the Wildling is gonna go flywheel here. No Hula Baloo. No Hula Baloo. Could Choai go Gamekeeper here? I think Choai does play Gamekeeper. I'm not mistaken here. I think he does play Gamekeeper. There are a couple good hook spots with Gamekeeper. With the heights. Going up the heights and then hooking over and skipping like a window or two. There's a couple places on Lakeside. You can do it in Big Bow. You can do it, I think, at Small Bow too. I think. I'm not 100%. He's just going to go QS though. QS is a very safe pick as well. Very good at dealing with the well, very good at dealing with, let's say, Shaq, right? Shaq has very limited resources there. Not so good at small boat though because of the windows. But overall, pretty good pick here on a map like this. Very spread apart, not easy to chain together pallets like on a map like Church. Meanwhile, though, Prospector is going to be nice here because he is an infinite character, infinite ability survivor here going against Qist, who likes to stall the game out a long time. So every time he tries to go after him and then tries to leave him, he is just going to immediately get more magnets. Or not immediately, but over time get more magnets. Let's see where they spawn here. Just going to spawn on the edges of the map, not give any value to the center cipher where he can block it off. Where will he spawn, though, is the question. Top left? Maybe middle? Maybe he'll go... maybe he'll go top left, maybe? I'm going to guess. Top left might be the best here. Of course, you can't see where the survivors spawn is the one thing.
Alright, he's gonna spawn right below Shaq. He can still go Shaq if he wants to. I'm pretty sure there's no choice here but to go Shaq or Big Bo. I mean, these are his main two options. Trying to chase a doctor who will heal up the damage so you don't even get the bonus from inertia when someone's injured. And she's got the really good windows there. It doesn't seem like a great idea. Alright, so I don't think that's happening. Wildling? Hell no, bro. That's not happening either. I mean, maybe he's going to chase a doctor here and she maybe makes a misplay here. Doesn't heal up in time. Maybe the Suck Ball catches her off guard. I mean, maybe. I think Prospector is just going to be the best chase here. And second best could be Meteorologist if he's willing to play the early game slow and just not rush into it. Gonna also run fast power breaking. He's got the Overwhelm, which means he also has Impulsive most likely. Every QS runs Impulsive because it's a very strong combo with QS charge attack plus his existing movement speed from inertia. As a bonus, you get Overwhelm, which is not bad, but it's only, you'll never like run it on its own unless you really want Impulsive, which Impulsive is good on some hunters. Happens to be that on a hunters like Clerk and QS tend to run Impulsive, and they do benefit a lot from Overwhelm. Overwhelm is the trade that gives faster recovery speed when you've chaired 2, 3, 4 survivors in the match. He is going to go after the doctor. Interesting, and on top of that, the doctor has broken windows here, so she can play this more patiently here. Doesn't have to use her doctor's turn so early because she can resort to using the broken windows boost instead. Yeah, again, gonna do the same thing right here. Just stand at the window. But okay, looks like it was just a distraction all along. There we go. Right here, gonna chase the Prospector. He's gonna purposely drop the pallet on himself because he needs the pallet boost here to stay alive. In this situation, it makes sense to do. He still needs one more thing here. Chooses to use the flywheel. Immediately exposes the lack of no borrow time on his build. So I think Choi is gonna keep a close eye on him. This might be a good survivor to chase. Endgame, oh, he's gonna blink, but doesn't get the no recovery hit. Good attempt there, but the windmill was blocking him. Oh my goodness. These are some really close hits. I'm surprised that didn't hit, honestly. QS has one of those swings that can reach around those corners, and oh man, is it annoying. By the way, cutting on, I think, the Doctor Cypher here. So more time spent not gaining anything. Swinging at the pallet. What a mind game. Oh, but this is kind of like the problem with this kiting area. This is kind of the problem with using this pallet, is this wall is so thin, honestly, you can't really see the hunter over the other side. Honestly, maybe that wall should be a short wall, and that would be a buffer survivor, so you can actually see if the hunter's going around or not. But yeah, now we're going to see the suck ball. Hopefully it doesn't land behind the window. Choi is not going to take that chance, just going to summon the Prospector right in front of him, knowing that he doesn't have flywheel, so there's no risk summoning him right in front of him, because that's the reason why QS, by the way, will wait on the survivor out of the ball, because you can hit them before they can use flywheel that way. But if you summon them in front of you, they can use flywheel before you can hit them. But right here in the situation, already saw the flywheel, so he's okay just summoning in front. Wildling has to use his pick to reach the rescue. That's the nice thing about Wildling, though, is that Wildling against QS rescuing is actually pretty good. You're not really worried about a double hit here. There's just not a whole lot he can do about it. Missing the swing here. Missing a lot of swings here from Choi right here. It resulted in him now completely not getting the hit off. Needs to use a suck ball. No, he messed it up. It went to the left instead of the right. He meant for it to go to the right, not to the left. Now Sans is gonna get insane. Wow, that was an insanely fast vault right here. Oh my god, but even with the insanely fast vault and the fact that Choi has to vault it, wow, still wasn't able to make it. It's the 15% plus the 12% from defense mech. 27% faster vault. At least 22, like something like 20%. He's clearly running some defense mechanism. He does not naturally vault that fast. Probably max defense mechanism if I had to judge from that, which is very annoying for QS, I will say. That is very annoying. Man, this Prospector has every single ability up. He has broken windows up. He has flywheel up. He's about to get another magnet up as well. Can he get the hit off?
Suckball's one survivor, but the other one is still a problematic one. Wow, these magnets are brutal, by the way. Every single time, barely catching the hunter on a wall. And the more you push the hunter or pull, the longer the stun is going to be when they do finally touch something. So these walls, perfectly timed against Prospector. Brutal, absolutely brutal. Sands right here doing a great job with Prospector, pushing him just enough. Oh, Wowling being a little bit late there out there. Could have been timed a little bit better there. You can definitely react to that. Right here, sucking up the Doctor. Doctor got sucked. And now the Prospector is going to go down just because there's no one to body block anymore. But how are you going to deal with the Wowling here without a suck ball? That could be why. That could be one way. But look at this Doctor. The Doctor's like considered like a wall here. Pushed him into the Doctor. Doctor's just healing for free. Couldn't pick her up because of the Wowling. What a checkmate scenario to be in. Wow. Wow. And I think they're just going to pop as soon as they get the chance here. The blink has already been used. Poor Choi here is getting completely eaten up by this broken Windows flywheel Prospector. Feels like such a... Why does this feel like that one Chinese Prospector who's running Sui, and he's either the worst player in the world or he's the absolute GOAT? And right here, Sands is 100% an absolute GOAT this match, but not without his teammates' help. When he finally did go down the blink there, what happened? The Doctor just heals him up. And it's like, okay, well, what are you supposed to do? Pick up, right? Suck her up, suck up with the suck ball. But he doesn't. He doesn't have the suck ball because he already used it. Wow, what a finish from ZQ here. Very good work from the survivors here. What a great teamwork there. That's one of the most powerful things about Doctor. Doctor plus any harasser is just going to take down basically any hunter right there. He had to use the suck ball to get rid of the Doctor. Then he had to use the blink to hit the Prospector. Now he doesn't have suck ball to get the Doctor off. Even if the Doctor gets off, the Wowling just immediately pushes and frees him again. Oh my god, there were so many reasons why he was just absolutely and utterly screwed right there. Just nothing left to do right there. Wow, because he has to use the suck ball to get the Doctor out of the way. And then he has to use the blink to hit the Prospector because of that pallet. And then honestly, the Doctor was just salt on the wound right there, because Wowling anyway is going to prevent a pickup for until the next suck ball, right? And normally in normal situations, that's still pretty good, but eventually the QS will get his ball back before the Prospector can heal himself, right? That's the key there, is that he can heal himself, is that he cannot heal himself before the next suck ball, because the suck ball cooldown is shorter than the time it takes to heal yourself. So Wowling is just there to stall time, but then Doctor comes in, and now Doctor makes it less than the suck ball. So now it's like, what do you do? What do you do? Do you go for the pickup? If I go for the pickup, the Wowling's gonna stop me. If I don't go for the pickup, this Prospector is just gonna get picked up by the Doctor, and just absolutely nothing that Choi could do at that point. At that point, it was too late. Missing those hits on the survivors, I think overall through the course of the game might have added up there, because of course the more hits you miss and the longer you make the kite for no reason, the more time you're giving to the Doctor and the Wowling to finish their ciphers, so then they can go help the Prospector here who's struggling to stay alive. Right? Maybe if he got that kill down sooner, maybe if he got the first knockdown and the second knockdown sooner, the first chair and the second chair sooner, I should say, then maybe he could have had at least like one less person to deal with right there, because of course you cannot leave without there being without your cipher being done. Otherwise, QS is definitely going to regress it, right? And on top of that, it's going to be very difficult to even run back to it for your other teammate if you're busy harassing the whole time, right? You kind of need Wowling to finish his cipher at that point. You kind of need Doctor to finish your cipher at that point. And then just rely on whoever else is just not left on the map to handle the last cipher machine, right? And if you miss all your hits, and you miss a lot of your hits, and you're missing on opportunities for damage, every single second is allowing those people to just come swarm you, that your past mistakes are like, oh, it's fine, I'm still gonna kill this no borrow time Prospector, it's fine, at the end of the day, it is no borrow time. And then you're just getting absolutely swarmed by the Doctor, by the Wowling. Finally knocks down the Prospector, and for what? Getting absolutely nothing out of it, because of the fact that, what do you got? You got Wowling there to mute side. Look at this beautiful body block there. Beautiful body block there from Dongxuan. He does the exact same thing on the other side of the shack, by the way. Mercenary tries to go around and And the hunter just immediately blocks it, body blocks it. Granted, it is a no item psychologist, to be fair. In basements, no real need to rescue her. Her Kai was like pretty decent. Her Kai was pretty good for a tie there. Could have just not rescued there. Could have saved the 2 ult pads. Could have saved the health on the mercenary. That's best case scenario. What happened right there was almost worst case scenario. The only way that could have been worse is if the mercenary got hit 3 times there. That would have been the only way that could have been worse. And if there's only one possible way that could have been worse, I just think that it's just not worth the risk, right? And even in the best case scenario, what do you get out of it? You get a psychologist who cannot help herself, and you got a mercenary who has 1 elbow pad, half health against Opera Singer. That's a game losing situation to be in. The game losing it did become. So in the meantime though, ZQ, wonderful job winning the matchup. All check marks across the board. I don't know what this means, by the way, guys. If anyone knows what this means, these check marks here, let me know. I have no idea what that means, but if anyone's curious, they got all check marks across the board, which has surely got to mean something. I have never seen this. I've only seen up to like 2 people, right? And the rest have been check marks for the same team, right? I don't know what the check marks mean, man. But anyway, guys, that's going to be all for today. Thank you guys for joining me for the matchups here. Once again, we did first matchup GR versus TE, and then the second one just now was ZQ versus Wall. So good gameplay. Man, Dongshun is still so good at the game, bro. He's still so good. Yeah, Choai was playing. I could have sworn Choai usually doesn't play. Usually it's Angst1 that plays, right? Yeah, that's a good point. I love watching Choai play, but I definitely feel that I prefer watching Zom play. Zom? I think when I watch Choai, I feel like Choai makes a lot more mistakes. Don't get me wrong, he's still a very good hunter. Extremely good, but I think he makes a lot more mistakes. I mean, we saw a lot of mistakes that game. Explorer is the best survivor. Explorer is the best survivor. Yo, Kurt, Explorer. I've actually been playing a lot of Explorer lately. And I've been enjoying it with the new balance changes. Like trying out like the, because you know how you want to pop a Cypher in front of the Hunter with your pages, right? Then it's kind of scary because then you're going to get chased with detention as Explorer, which is really bad. That new trait where you get a 25% speed up after popping the Cypher, it's not even really the shield, but the shield is like an extra like leverage point to make sure you reach a cutting area. It's the speed up that also helps you just escape the Hunter. It's really nice. So I'm thinking about playing Explorer more. Also, distraction got reworked so that you can see the Hunter when they're next to you rather than seeing the Hunter like what is distraction before then? Distraction before was you saw the Hunter every 40 seconds no matter where they were on the map, which is like kind of mid, because by the time you can see them at the 80-second mark, you guys probably are either dead or have the gates open, right? And at the start of when you pop the last Cypher, you can also see the Hunter, but you come on, you probably, as long as people are pinging, even if you guys pop early and there's no what's it called, no outline showing where the Hunter is standing when they hit the survivor, if you guys tell them to pop early, then obviously they didn't hit, there's no outline. But it's, as long as they're pinging, you know where the Hunter is. So I just, the old announcement just wasn't good, so now they reworked it. Now you can see the Hunter every 5, like you can see the Hunter for 5 seconds every 15 seconds. But what that means is because the cooldown is going down while you're seeing the Hunter for 5 seconds, that really means the cooldown is only 10 seconds. So I've been running it on Explorer, and that way I can see where the Hunter is while I'm hiding and make a plan about where to run. I've been actually really enjoying playing Explorer because of that, because now it's not like you're guessing. In the end game when you're hiding and you can see the Hunter coming, it's not like a guessing anymore. Like you still gotta guess when the Hunter's gonna come to you ahead of time, but it's like, let's say you're next to a big building and you don't know where the Hunter is exactly. Especially on a map like Chinatown, something like Chinatown Eversleeping, distraction can benefit a lot because you don't know which side of the building the Hunter's gonna be on. You know what? On specifically Eversleeping Chinatown, I should probably be running distraction regardless of my survivor. Now that I think about it, because it's just, the way it works is as soon as you get a heartbeat, you can see where the Hunter is for 5 seconds. It's literally like a lawyer map. And if the Hunter keeps staying next to you, then it just keeps getting value. Obviously, distraction kind of loses value once the Hunter finds you, because you can pretty much always see the Hunter after that because they're following you. But if you're hiding or you're not about to get, you're like, the hunter hasn't found you yet. Basically, two situations. You just got the heartbeat for the first time, and it's like Ever Sleeping Chinatown. You don't see them, but they don't see you. Or you're playing Explore, right? And then you want to see where they're going. And maybe they're going behind like an obstacle or like a kiting area. You don't see exactly where they are, especially on a map like Arms Factory, right? They go behind some walls trying to check where you are. You don't see how far away they're walking away. You don't see exactly where they are. You just see that number, and it's kind of like a risky guess because you can't see their movement and where they're going. So I really like the new distraction. I want to try it out on more stars besides Explorer, but I have been playing Explorer a lot and just having a lot of fun with it. It has clutched up a lot of times, the distraction. The distraction perk where you can see the hunter every 5 seconds now, or every 10 seconds now, and you see them for 5 seconds. And it goes like, it's essentially a 10-second cooldown. It says 15, but 5 of those seconds happen while you're seeing the hunter. Why is Enchantress in the meta? Well, she is good against dealing with the, like, against Goman. She's very good against Goman, which is the strongest hunter in the game. And also pretty decent against Hula Baloo, who has to, like, pick up survivors, and you can't immediately down them. That could be a reason why you can't immediately down them if they get freed from balloons. And Enchantress is very annoying at that. Dying in the corners. Like, imagine you die in the corner of tent and there's an Enchantress behind the wall. And you're playing like something like Goman or Hula Blue. Yeah, you're in trouble. So that could be a big reason why. Because there's probably like Enchantress counterplay. Sprinter most likely won't play until something happens to Bailu. Well, I did hear that one of their hunters is going to be going away for the time being, so Sprinter's going to take over. So I think we will see Sprinter. Yeah, Asia games. There you go. Yeah, I heard the same thing. Like a kind of like a filling in the role for now, right? He's like playing away from home team. His home team is still NAU and playing with B4U, of course, but you know, since he has the opportunity and that other team needs a hunter and nothing's going on in NAU, he may as well try out something else, you know, and get paid for it as well. Does he get paid? I hope he does. Yeah. They said we need you. Choai? Nah, I don't know if he said that, but yeah, we usually don't see Choai play. That was hard to watch though. I'm not gonna lie, that was rough. That was definitely rough for him. Oh, Cherry Vamp is here. I'm gonna rewatch it from the beginning because I don't want to spoil it, but just know I'm here. Lol, these streams are nice. I can say I watched a live here in Poland. Oh yeah, I forgot. Poland. People watching from Poland, imagine. People Polish? Polish people here? Crazy. Who's Polish here? When is MRC? When is MRC? Don't know. Is it after this matchup? Is MRC gonna play right after this? Not sure if MRC is playing today. I don't have the schedule with me. Yeah, Escape Ball just dancing looks so funny. The idol animation. What's the idea with Psychologist having Tide? I haven't kept up with tourney meta much, but I thought the focus was staying alive as long as possible. Well, part of the idea is you need Tide Turners to keep your team alive. You really want at least 2 Tide Turners on the team. If you're worried that they're not going to be able to kite for a long time, then you give them Broken Windows or Flywheel, right? And give them the Sui build, because they are technically a chaseable target. And we do see some tournament teams who do that. They have like 3 Suis, and that way 3 Suis, 3 Tide Turners, so that no matter what, right, they have the Rescuer. The Rescuer is the only one with Borrowed Time, but then they have 2 other people with like Broken Windows or Flywheel and then Tide Turner on top of that, right? So that way, no matter who gets chased, the Rescuer or like one of the people with Tide, they always have Tide Turner, and they're relying on the Tide Turner to really help them out in the, like, while they still have 4 people alive. The downside of that build, everything has a downside. The downside of that build is that if the person didn't do a good enough kite, tides are not going to be enough. If anyone also makes a mistake after the first person dies, you guys are just in huge trouble because no one has borrowed time except the rescuer to make up for that mistake. So it really trusts on the fact that nothing goes wrong, which in today's meta with hunters, a lot can go wrong. So instead, having psychologists have borrowed time makes it so that, okay, well, if she doesn't get chased, then we can rely on her. We have a, like, source of, like, extra hits to work with, because she's going to take a hit and she'll just revive herself, right? And just secure the end game much stronger. That way, no matter who gets chased in the end game, you're making your end game stronger in exchange for your early game. But if you're confident that your stars can kite well, then yeah, it's good. By the way, MRC is going to be playing next, guys. MRC is going to be starting right now in about 4 minutes and 49 seconds. And they're going to be going against GG. So if you guys are interested in that, you guys can go ahead and watch it. I left the description. In the description, I left a link to the live stream. So go ahead and check that out. But I'm not going to be commentating it because it's going to be too late for me at this point. Anyway, Psych with Tide. It's just because they need someone with Tide Turner. And Psych is pretty durable. Psych is a pretty durable survivor. It really depends on your team comp. If, like, the best survivor to rescue is, like, Psychologist with 3 hits, then that's just who takes the tide, right? It depends on who's the best rescuer on the team. But like Psychologist, like, if it's something like Shadow, especially, right? If you're worried about Shadow, you can especially put Tide Turner on Psychologist, because Shadow can't afford to chase Psychologist. That's the idea, is you're putting Tide on these stars that you don't think are going to get chased. Borrow time Tide is especially greedy, because you're making a very strong bet that the hunter's not going to chase you. And if they do chase you, you are confident that you're going to kite a long time. It is not easy. It is not easy kiting with borrow time and Tide Turner. Like, that's why you see some hunters chase the rescuer. It's like testing them, right? And then they test, and then sometimes they fail the test. They go down really quickly. Explorer is the best survivor. Explorer Kurt is here, man. Yes, we've been playing the Explorer. He like pops in every once in a while to say Explorer is the best survivor. Yeah, Doc is such a terror, man. Good magnets as well. Yeah, the hunter needs to calm down. Most real comment in the chat. Oh, these check marks are predictions of who they think will win. Damn, bro. Every single one thought that ZQ would win. Holy. That's funny. Poor Wolves. Alright, guys. That's going to be it for today. MRC versus GG is going to be starting in 2 minutes and 44 seconds. So if you guys want to check that out, go ahead, check that out. In the meantime, guys, though, thank you so much for joining today's stream. As always, if you want to catch more streams just like this, I stream every Tuesday evening, and I try to stream Thursday afternoon as well. And I'm always streaming IVL. I'm always streaming Friday and Saturday night, Saturday morning, Friday morning and Saturday morning IVLs. So if you guys want to check those out, I'll always be here as long as it's still ongoing. So thank you all of you guys who came here and watched these streams, and really appreciated those who stuck around till the very end. Thank you as well to Miki, who is not here, but thank you so much to Miki for helping me commentate the first matchup. Yeah, guys, that's gonna be all for today. Subscribe if you haven't done so already. Like the video if you liked what I'm posting out here. We be needing new YouTube. We be needing the new Koa commentators, the new competitive commentators, to be covering the footage of what's going on in the competitive scene now that Zeus has moved on and Zeus seems to be, at least for the moment, taking a break, but not sure when he's going to be coming back, if at all. But so we gotta lock in on the IDV YouTube content. We need to show them what good YouTube content looks like, because man, come on. There's more to this community than just reposting competitive gameplay that other people are doing. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for joining. That's a different story. I will see you guys later, and take care. This has been Psyche. Peace out, everybody.